yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No pain for them to see. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Astrology for Mystics. I'm astrologer Jennifer Jennings. Thank you so much for being here. Wow. The holidays are upon us and I'm feeling like a Grinch. I'm just like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm just feeling Grinchy. Oh my gosh. Anyway, today I want to talk about Sebastian Rogers. I do. I mean, I just can't stop thinking about the boy. Where is he? I've had some people messaging me this morning One girl in particular, she has been boots on the ground. She was boots on the ground a lot for the first year. Well, year and a half probably that Sebastian went missing. She's eased up, but she has collected a lot of information. She's collected a lot of stuff. And as she and I were talking and I was looking at Sebastian's map, I noticed something and I thought, I've talked about this. The energy is on it right now. And as I moved up on the map, I started noticing other things. And I thought, I'm inspired. I'm inspired. So why not just go ahead and go live and while I'm inspired and talk about it, work it out, talk it out. Um, hello, Diane. Hello. Hold on. Who have I got here? Hey, Shauna, me and you, the real me too is shopping. Well, thanks for stopping in, the real me too, for saying hey. Little Miss Sharon, Kimberly. Hey guys, Brenda, Witchy Mama, Mama, Kimberly, Brenda Sue, Deanna. Hey y'all. I don't see Jeff. Where's Jeff? His eyes. Hey. Hey y'all. Oh, good. Yeah. It's a good time then. You can drink coffee. So, what I want to first show you guys is there is a announcement that was made yesterday. This announcement is about Sebastian. His birthday is, of course, December 7th. It's also Pearl Harbor Day. Culver's is hosting a birthday awareness event on December 7th for Sebastian on his birthday. They're going to be giving away free moths and FBI flyers. Wow. That is wonderful news. I know that Hindsight helped to organize this, her and her crew, along with Seth, and they have organized this. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. This is a beautiful thing to do for his 17th birthday. So, of course, we're going to be there. We're going to go and show up, show out for Sebastian's 17th birthday. I did have something come to my awareness about this post. So I want to go over it because you may start hearing some chatter about it. Let's see if I can find it. It may have been deleted, but let me see. Let's see. There was a woman that posted. Her name is Rita. Of course, it's a blank slate of a profile. They may have deleted it. See if I can find it again. Hold on. There's a woman that, or alleged woman. Let me see. Most revel. Let's look at all comments. Let's see. Robin Beavers. Thank you, Culvers. Now Robin is also. I see so many people here that y'all have never even heard of, that have searched for Sebastian, that have created signs, created awareness, have looked boots on the ground, have paid different searchers to come out to search for him. A lot goes on behind the scenes that nobody ever knows about. It's because there's no competition. They don't want to be known. And they are doing it out of the kindness of their heart, not for attention, not for clicks and views. You just got so many people like that you would just never know. I don't see it. Me and you, if you're okay, here it is. Here it is. Rita Kelly. She puts in the comments, he is in Mexico. And then puts it in again. He is in Mexico. So 7 hours ago, she puts that there, waits another 5 hours, puts the same comment. And of course, you have people asking questions. And I know that people have even messaged her trying to get some information out of her. I have told them everything. They should go to the At Night Creative Intelligence page and read the comments on the post there. The man who is holding him captive is Andrew Mack. He requested $10,000 for his release, but they did not want to send him the money. The man refused to give them a picture because he said if he does, they will do everything possible to locate him. Go to the page and read the comment on the last post, please. So, this is always about Mexico, it seems like. Let's look at night. See what she's talking about. Their post. There it is, Rita Kelly. Rita's just always going back and forth. And this is it's a profile that has nothing on it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness is right. Yeah. So here's Rita again. If you keep running away to pay the money, I will continue exposing you more and more. The amount he requested is 10,000, not 500,000. If you proceed with your plan to pay, you might change your mind. You know what you are doing. I'm not going anywhere until Sebastian comes back. And then someone says something, and then she says, I am not mental, nor did I need your help. A group of liars. When Seth was doing the YouTube live stream, I was just laughing. Others will learn a lesson from your mistakes. This is America, and whatever wrong you do will surely come back to you. I was waiting for you to post about Sebastian, but you are running away. Well, I mean, Me and You at Night has it on their profile. They know exactly. This person has been saying this for a long time. For a long time. And then this person says, so happy they were found. Thank you to the hero that spoke up for the At Night for all they do. And then Terry York, this is how I want them to find Sebastian. We have been deceived many times. They know it only takes 10 grand to bring back Sebastian. Instead of paying the money, they choose to keep lying to us, including Sebastian's father, Seth. And then it says, are you people running away to post about the missing Sebastian? Andrew Mack has stated that he is waiting for 10,000 in order to release Sebastian immediately. I'm not lying, and I'm sure of what I'm saying. He only requests this amount to free Sebastian. Stop posting rubbish. Rubbish? That's really not that's really not an American word. Rubbish? Does that sound American to y'all? Doesn't sound American to me. Rubbish. Rubbish. What is that? Rubbish. It will not bring Sebastian back. This is just another false story. Pay Andrew Mack the money he asked for to release Sebastian immediately. You people keep deceiving the public. After planning to send the money, we keep seeing false stories elsewhere. When Seth did a video live stream on YouTube, he said the money was available and that he was going to send it. However, it has been 3 days and you still haven't paid for Sebastian's release. Everything I'm saying is true, and I'm not lying. Yeah, I know what rubbish is, but I'm just saying it doesn't sound like it's not really an American word. Rubbish. Or maybe it's just somebody that's really, that's older from another type of generation, but rubbish isn't really an American word, I don't think. In my opinion, of course. And then it says, you people have already planned everything from the beginning. Andrew Mack, send me a screenshot of when you wrote to him, stating that At Night Creative Intelligence said that they are not going to pay a single dollar, including the 10 grand for Sebastian's return. You also went ahead and told him that they are not going to pay him a single penny. Please check your Gmail. You know what I'm talking about. Since they do not want to pay the money, they have continued to lie and keep posting super stories. You also supported them by commenting that you want the missing child case to get cold so that Sebastian will, in Mexico. You know I'm not lying, and I'm sure of what I'm saying. Somebody said, "You're mental and you need help." They are the ones who need help. These people have been deceiving us for a long time. What you should do now is keep watching. When Sebastian comes back, you will understand everything I am saying. I want Sebastian to come back today. These people know what they're doing. I'm waiting for one of them to reply to me. I'm not going anywhere until Sebastian comes back. Sebastian is no longer missing. He's currently in Mexico. Andrew Mack demanded 10,000 for his release and then says you're an idiot. Do you still want the case to go cold? No, I will not allow you to do that. And then they were going back and forth, exposing you failed in Alessa Petrov's scam. Wink, wink. You only admitted via email that it was a scam. I blocked the crap out of you. Who claimed you had? I found them all. I don't know what all that's about. You were doing all of this to avoid paying for his release, I'm guessing. The money he wants is 10, not fit 500. Then Rita keeps on. She just keeps on, or he keeps on. It keeps on. His, her, she, it, whatever. I am ready to expose everything you all have done, and you will have nothing to say in your defense. Pay Andrew Mack the money he requested so that Sebastian can be released tomorrow. Said you will be in jail. Wait for it. Why would I go to jail just for telling the truth of exactly what happened? Is it because I exposed everything? What have you exposed? I mean, there's nothing that you have exposed. It's saying the same thing over and over again. Saying the same thing over and over again. Since September 1st, you have found it difficult to send 10,000, but you always keep your promise of a 500 grand reward. You know that the general public reads everything I write. They already know everything, so there's nothing to hide anymore. You caused the reason I exposed everything you're doing. You're also wasting time so that Sebastian, you have the money, but you don't want to pay. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, so maybe Canada. That's what I was thinking, Mamaw. That's exactly what I was thinking. Rubbish sounds like Canada. Sounds like Canada. The only thing now, okay, so earlier when I looked, there was nothing on here. Now it's showing from Nashville, Tennessee and married. But earlier, it had nothing on here. Nothing. There was nothing. There was no intro, no about, no nothing. And friends with Nick Barris. So imagine that this person is distracting, confusing. Look over here. Don't look over here. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a fake name. Definitely a fake name. And all they got to do is go in, see if they can get into the account and get the IP address. I don't see how they can't connect this person to an IP address. I mean, you know that they can do that. So, Rita, let's just go back on here. Let's see. Where's she at? Let's see. How about that? You keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. You know so much, then send me exact address of Sebastian with the photo and we'll wire you 10 grand a day. How about that? What an idiot. Like a complete idiot. But this isn't the first time. This has been going on, it seems like for months, where this Andrew Mack, whoever this is, they've been saying the same thing, same thing. And if y'all don't think that the law enforcement aren't looking at them, haven't checked into them, are not going to, I think that we are really, really discounting the fact that they want Sebastian found. If Sebastian were in Mexico being held by some stranger, some weirdo wanting 10 grand, you only want 10 grand, they're offering 500. You know what I'm saying? None of this makes any sense. So what I'm thinking is this is a type of person that's playing around. This could be Chris Proudfoot. We just never know who this is. And they're playing a game. They're just playing a game. I don't think it's Chris Proudfoot. I think that it's somebody that is definitely not who they say that they are. It's definitely not a Rita. It's probably a dude. Somebody just, having nothing better to do. Nothing at all better to do. So if we look at Mexico on the map, yeah, it's extortion. That's what I'm thinking too. Mhm. Yep. Yeah, I agree that law enforcement isn't gonna just let that. Let's see. So let me show you, me and you sent me some places, and it was Between the Sea and Wine. She sent me some places. It's got the Secret Service. Their Jupiter is here in the 5th house of kids. We're going far. We could be going to Baja, California. And then there's a Sunset Bay Academy that she sent, which is right there by a hotspot that I have. This is where Seth's Neptune is in good standing with Pluto and Libra. It would be about the law enforcement taking a lot of action going here. And you can see that this conjunction with the TBI is from here to here. So, that is a hotspot. Turn those hotspots off. Let me go back. Got in Arizona. I've got some other places in Mexico that I may have a hotspot in. No, I think I did have a hotspot here because you just never know. You just never know. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I have marked some of the consulates. And the reason being is because if he were to be in another country and he turns 18 and he wants to go and he wants to come, he wants to come to the United States or what have you, he's going to have to go to the consulate in order to be, I wouldn't say extradited, but he would have to, because he is a missing juvenile with an Amber Alert. So I do have the consulates. And this one, as you can see, is right there by the DA. And this one is in Mexico. It's the Consulate General of the United States of America. And so this is the DA. This is why I know that the law enforcement, if they haven't, they will be making sure that they're doing their due diligence with other countries. That's what I think anyway, based on the map, because the DA's Neptune in Scorpio is coming here and it's trine Eris and Aries. So it's about if there was a fight that took place and he was made to leave, they took him somewhere. That could, it could. Saying Katie's Pluto is here. Her Pluto in Scorpio that's conjunct Cupid that's going to Kentucky and other states. That's here. Her desires to hide. Okay. Her desires to hide. Kathy's Neptune is in Scorpio. So we have Kathy's Neptune in Scorpio, the DA's Neptune in Scorpio, and Katie. Let's see. Who else do we have? All right. So I do have those in Mexico. And let me go back up here. Let me turn off all these addresses. It's ridiculous. Turn off my hotspots because I want to show you something that I was looking at earlier. And that's the reason for the thumbnail. Because today, okay, all day, the state of Tennessee, where's it at? Here we go. Here it is. Okay, so all day today, the state of Tennessee, their Mars in Cancer is right here. Okay. Let me just show you. Let me go in quick, closer. So Sebastian on his map, and this is from home, on, and I'm about to really break it down for you, okay? Because I want to show you what I saw this morning when I was looking at it. And I'm not going to be looking at chat. So please talk amongst yourself. Don't think that I'm ignoring chat or anything. If y'all need to get something to me though. No, how long ago was this? This is a new one. Yeah, this is a new one. But it's the same type of spiel. It's a new one, but it's the same type of spiel. It's the same type of scam, if you will. There's something, but look, I'm about to break this all down because as observers, as watchers on this channel, we have been watching. And I'm going to remind you when I pull up the charts because y'all are learning too. Being on this channel, you're learning too, okay? How this has worked itself out with Sebastian because we've been watching this time. I had no idea about Culver's. I had no idea that this person was going to come up and go on different, Facebook posts and do all that. But I'm about to show y'all because don't forget, I'm watching this time period for a reason. Mars in Sagittarius has already went over Mars in Sagittarius. That's what that is, y'all. That's what that is with Rita. Okay. Remember we were watching that? And here it is. Now we know. Now we know. And why is it? Why is okay? So Mars in Sagittarius has to be on the move. Okay, let's just go ahead and look at that. Hell, let's just go ahead and look at that. Actually, yeah, let's just go ahead and look at that because then this map is gonna make more sense when y'all see this. Okay. So let me go ahead and share my whole screen so I can show you the oh shoot, hold on. Entire screen. Okay. Now y'all can see everything. Okay, so Sebastian is Mars. We were watching this, remember? Oh shoot, I have him pulled up. Been looking at all kinds of stuff. Okay, I gotta pull it back up. Oh, Jeff is already home. Damn. I guess that's why he wasn't answering me, huh? He's got a big old diesel truck and I can hear it. I can hear him coming like a mile away. Okay, so Sebastian, I'm gonna have to open up the door for him too. Okay. All right, here's the transits right now. So let's just show. I want to show you guys this because you're going to understand. You're really going to understand, okay, why we watch, why we are observers, why we're watchers on this channel, okay? Okay, so Sebastian is on the left, transit's on the right. Hold on just a second. Let me open up the door for our sweet Jeff. Hold on. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so check this out. Check this out. So we were watching, right? We were watching because we knew that Mars and Juno, Mars was coming over, Mars and Juno was coming. There is a relationship that was coming into, it was about divine justice, could be about another country. Why is it another country? Because of the Sag. Sagittarius rules this ninth house. That's about another country. It's about going far, immigration. Okay. Right. So what happened is Mars came over Mars. Ding, 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 ding. Y'all get it? You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying here? Now there is a relationship. Who is that relationship? It's Rita. It's Rita. There's a relationship that has come to Sebastian about another country, and that is Rita. Okay? Because Juno is a relationship. Mars is the car, the vehicle, the body. And Mars has already come over Mars. Mars is now coming to these desires with Cupid at a 1531. Okay. Now watch this. Let me show you when that happened because the justice is coming right now. Okay. That means that they have probably know who this person is. The Secret Service, law enforcement, what have you. That's what's coming. Okay, so watch this. So Sebastian's Mars is a 1516 in Sagittarius. Mars is in Sagittarius right now. Okay. When did this happen? Well, it would have happened. This morning when we woke up. That Mars was on his Mars. It's a 1515. That 1515 goes to Terry Bowersox and Kathy Bowersox. And now the 1515 is going to come into a 1516. And this morning, that's when Mars came to his natal Mars. All right. And we have already talked about this. We were talking about this. I've been talking about this. And we just didn't know how it was going to express itself, right? And you never know. You never know until it comes over. You just never know. So this is when it takes place right here. Boom. Boom. Now watch. Now watch this. So Sebastian, because now we can see this in hindsight. This is where we gain the wisdom. This is where we gain wisdom. And if y'all aren't following me, I want you to. I want you to pay attention. I really do. I think that this is so important for us to all learn together how energy will express itself. Okay. So the Mars in the first house of Sag this morning at 7:13 a.m. Nashville time came to his Mars, right? That's Miss Rita. She starts giving a lot of information. We are learning something from her about the body, about the vehicle, right? About another country, Mexico. And then there's this relationship that we were waiting to see what it was going to do because this relationship, right, is coming to bring a divine justice. It could have to do with the law, the DA, the judge, going somewhere far, another country, right? Because that's what that Sag is. Check this out. There's a justice here at an 810. When that justice gets to the 811, when the divine justice Australia gets to that 811, she sits on the FBI and the TBI. So the FBI and the TBI got on it. As soon as they heard about it, okay, they got on it. The TBI and the FBI got on it. They're on it. Remember, I was saying that there was going to be things that are going to be shining a light with the TBI. They were going to be getting a lot of enlightenment with their sun and the way that they shine in Aries. Remember, Aries rules Mars. There it is. So what we were trying to figure out before it ever came about, because the weight here is on Ohio, and then the weight is going to come down today, and it is right now into Texas. So we go from the weight of home in Ohio, then we go from the weight of home to Texas. But here's the deal. The state of Tennessee, the TBI, they have a 537. So it's about a relationship, a partnership, communications that have to do with home. And I'm not even done yet. Okay. I'm not even done yet talking about the state of Tennessee because they have a transit right now upon them. And this is a 2509 with the state of Tennessee. Their Mars in the eighth house of Cancer. Mars is about the body. Mars is about things that are hidden at home, at a home. And they are being, there's a lot of requirement here for responsibility, accountability with Saturn, with the state of Tennessee, with the U.S. Marshals. So the U.S. Marshals, the state of Tennessee are in transit together, and they will be for the next few days as Saturn stations and becomes very much intense with Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals. Kentucky, there is a lot of energy going to Kentucky today as well. Lots and lots of energy with Kentucky in the fourth house of home. This is telling me that although they think, I say they, although the agencies think that they know what could have happened to Sebastian, I think that they could have, I think that they haven't put all the pieces together. Okay. The other thing that I want to say is that I told you yesterday that Katie, the godmom, myself, we were going to be learning something together about Sebastian, things that are hidden at home, a place that he could be hidden with this Cancerian energy, like a home. Could have to do with the new construction, of course, but I'm just saying, this is what we learned. So when we look back in hindsight, we gain wisdom, and we have the wisdom today of how this energy expressed itself, didn't we? Now we know. Now we know. She's talking about Mexico. Rita, that chick, was talking about Mexico, talking about wanting a ransom. Andrew Mack. Who the hell is Andrew Mack? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Uncle Taco. Hey, Barb. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Hope Floats. Angel. Little Red. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. So, yeah, so now we can see it, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because the astrology is what I do. This is a channel where we observe, where we watch to gain wisdom for the future cases and for Sebastian's case as well. It's a beautiful thing when we can go back and we can look, because look, this Mars that has come over Sebastian, now there's a relationship bringing a conscious raising experience, bringing a divine justice. And people are learning, people are understanding that there is a person named Rita who is claiming that Sebastian is in Mexico, wanting just a $10,000 Just 10 grand. That's it. Makes no sense, does it? It also makes no sense why anybody would take pictures at Texas Roadhouse of a kid that they think could be Sebastian. Why not just go up and say, "Hey, are you Sebastian?" Why not just go up and say, "Hey, are you the missing kid? Last seen here at Texas Roadhouse? Have you come back to get a dinner?" You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that are coming about with Sebastian's case that aren't making a whole lot of sense, but we still have to take note because as an astrologer, I see it coming before, but when it comes to pass and we can look back at it in hindsight, that's where we gain the wisdom, right? Thank you, Shauna. Yes, yes. So here we are. Here we are, and we're still wondering where Sebastian is. And I can tell you that there is a home. There is a home. There has either been a shakeup at a home at that new construction, okay, or there has been something happening at home, abrupt shakeup with Uranus. That Uranus in the fourth house of home can also be about an unusual home, a different type of home, like living at a campground. Could be living, anywhere that's unusual. Even though this is in Pisces, we would think, that could be a group home, a home that is by the water. We could be living by the water. Unusual home. There is so many angles to look at the missing event, to look at Sebastian's natal chart. It's so many different angles, and we want to. We want to look at all angles and not think that we have everything figured out. Look at Summer Wells's case. You know, look at Summer Wells. Who would have thought that nobody was talking about them? And they are on the law enforcement is on their property looking for something pertaining to Summer Well's case. And for 4 years, no one mentioned these people. So we can't say for sure. I mean, I can say that Katie's behavior is unusual. Chris's behavior is unusual, but I have no idea where Sebastian is at. I can accuse all day long, but that's not my job. My job isn't to accuse and to go off and to, do rants and shit all day long about Katie and where's Sebastian at. I'm looking at the map. That's how I need to spend my time. So that's what I do. And as I was looking today, I started noticing something. Because we know that Sebastian connects to all kinds of places, different countries, different states. I mean, we could go to Canada, to Alaska, to Mexico, to Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, UK. We could go all over the place because the boy and his chart, he's got all kinds of places that he is connecting to. So it's not that easy to try to figure out where he could be. I do know that what we have coming, I'll go ahead and remind everybody what we do have coming is we have Neptune that is going to station at a 2926 at the same exact degree as Sebastian's Venus in Capricorn. The Venus in Capricorn is going to station. Could this unusual home have anything to do with a ship? Could he be out at sea? I don't think so, but you just never know because Neptune is going to be stationing, Neptune in Pisces is going to be stationing on the Venus in the second house. Could he be working somewhere on the water, by the water? Could he, and I'm about to show you something too, because this is the woods. And let me just go ahead and do it. And then I'll come back to this because I want to show you guys the map. I want to show you guys the map because right here, I've looked at this quite a few times and I even have a hot spot here. Okay. I have a hot spot here and this isn't out of Tennessee. And as you can see, we're right by water, and there's woods. So that Venus in Capricorn, the water with Neptune, this could kind of be something like that, you know? Um, I can't believe I still have text coming in about real estate. I haven't done real estate in 4 years. Um, Sorry about that. So I want to show you this because I have the Secret Service. Anything having to do with home communications is where they shine. The DA, his moon in Cancer is coming here where he reflects of home is coming this way and it's shining. I mean, it's trining his sun in Pisces. Here is where there is a major intensity with a home, land, property, and the anti-vertex is in Capricorn. So it could be intense with woods, business, home, family. Watch this. Says Astria in Capricorn is going the opposite direction that Astria and Capricorn connects to the TBI. So there is an opposition with the TBI here. Check this out. It could be because the TBI has one they think one way, but it could be another. And we could be going this direction with the TBI. The TBI has their Vulcan in Pisces. Could have to do with the water. But anyway, Astria and Capricorn is critical here. There's a divine justice with the law enforcement and authority. Mercury line, which is this one, goes to South Carolina. Could be a home, mom related. This is where Seth connects to TBI in a relationship. So I say South Carolina because it does. It goes all the way to Myrtle Beach. All the way to Myrtle Beach. And yes, there is a South Carolina connection. But like I said, Sebastian connects to all kinds of places, including the state of Tennessee. Shauna, do what? No way. Did you tell me that? You did. Huh? I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. What? She says, girl. I don't know. What? Seeing what you were doing with the map. Awesome job. Thank you so very much for sharing. Of course, Angela, thank you so much for hanging out and trying to learn. Hey, Lindsay. Good to see you, honey. Good to see you. Thank y'all so much. Yes, real estate. Yes, ma'am. Real estate. Real estate. Cancer, real estate, Myrtle Beach. Yeah. Seth receives leads here. Seth will receive a lead here. And again, this is where there's a lot of intensity with Tennessee. The DA is here. The Secret Service is here. Seth is here. Now we have a missing vertex in Cancer. So during the missing event, it was very intense going this direction. And this is where Vulcanus and Leo. Now, I want to remind you guys that the Vulcanus and Leo at a 3-degree, I'll get to that. I'll get to that because I haven't even gotten really started here. Because I'm going to mention one of the neighbors. I've just got to get to it. I've just got to get to it. I haven't gotten there yet. Sebastian's natal Vulcanus in Cancer is in the 8th house. It's about a property or real estate, a property that you may not see that is hidden with communications. He has no way to communicate. There's no communications. Okay. That's what that's telling me. And then the state of Tennessee has a lot of wisdom with this Mars in Cancer. And it's this Mars in Cancer that is a 2509. Okay. 2509. Don't forget 2509. Saturn is connecting for days to the U.S. Marshals 2509, The state of Tennessee's 2509, and that Mars in Cancer is hidden. It's in the 8th house. You've got to go deep down in order to understand what's going on with the state of Tennessee and home and real estate. So we can expect a lot of things going on with the government in Tennessee. We can expect things going on with the U.S. Marshals in Tennessee, perhaps Memphis. Let me show you why I have a hotspot here. This is in Lebanon. Okay, so this is in Lebanon, Tennessee. Lebanon. I think it was Seth that said on his last live that he had contacted Lebanon and they didn't know that Sebastian was missing, even though they had Wilson County, because that's Lebanon. Wilson County is Lebanon and Mount Juliet. So Lebanon and Mount Juliet are Wilson County, and they did have Wilson County search and rescue help. However, not everybody at the police department evidently knows that Sebastian is missing. I'm sure that, he's on the list. There's all kinds of ways in which Sebastian cannot, may not be found locally, especially if he's in the woods. So here's the Secret Service. Let me take the Secret Service off because I want to show you that the Secret Service and Sebastian are riding the same line, okay? This is the natal vertex in Cancer. This means that the things that happened at home that were really, really intense go this way in Cancer. So we're looking at real estate. We're looking at land. We're looking at property. We're looking for a home. Any type of intensity that would have happened is going this way with Sebastian. So we have the natal. We have Secret Service. We have the DA. We have the state of Tennessee. We got Seth. Okay. I don't know what time Chris and Katie were born. The only parent that's given me their birth time is Seth Rogers. I did reach out to Katie in the very beginning and told her that I was in conversation with the family. I didn't know if she wanted to give me her birth info, if she wanted to help me work the map. She never responded. So I deleted that message and I wiped her clean from my hands, literally. Because when a parent comes to you with a birth time, they don't have nothing to hide. When they are not being forthcoming, it makes you wonder. And of course, I'm not saying that Katie had anything to do with it. What I'm saying is that was sketchy to me. And so I did wipe my hands with that. There's a lot of emotions that go down this way with home and Cancer, including right through here. So I could even move that a little bit. I could even move that. I could move this hot spot and coming over right through here. This is 1260 Creighton Lane in Lebanon, Tennessee. Now, let me take you further down. Let me take you further down, and I want to just show you that this is a campground. This is a campground full of woods. And we know that the Proudfoots and their friends and family like to camp. They take their RVs, they take their campers, they go to parks, and they know where a lot of them are across the United States. Across the United States. But I think that if we're looking for Sebastian alive at a home or at a campground, we're going this way. We are going to go southeast towards South Carolina. Okay. That's what I'm thinking with this angle, is we're going this way. And we could keep on going, and I could show you all kinds of addresses. And I've looked at them. I've got hot spots around some of them. you know. Yes, you did, Doodle Mom. Hey, Felicia. Okay, so if I wanted to ride this and I go up a little bit, let's see. That's not it. Let me go back. Let's go back. It's right there. It's right there. I have different addresses for everybody. So friends, family, foe, I've got their addresses. I've got their past addresses. I have associates, their addresses, their past addresses. And this is a past address for Jacob Carr. Past address for him. Lots of emotions at a home, hidden, shakes people up. There is a lot of wisdom here when it comes to a vehicle, a body, a car. This is that Mars in Cancer with Tennessee. It has limits and obstacles with Saturn. And I want you to see, we also have railroad tracks here. That could be with the Saturn. But what I thought was interesting that I've got an old address for Jacob Carr here. This would be the son to Chris Carr. And I've got an old address for him here. An old address. Pretty sure that's old, yeah. I don't know if this is the same Jacob Carr or not. If it's the same Jacob Carr, I have no idea. But what I do know is that if it is, and I don't think it is, but it could be. It could be. It could be another Jacob Carr, that's on public records. Could be. I don't know. But I thought that it was very interesting that his old addresses are showing up. And it's about the discord with the community, with the trash, with the things that are hidden. And there is a divine justice that comes this way with Chris, with what's hidden. And I got to thinking, would any of the neighbors have tried to get Sebastian out of the house for one reason or another? Because of things going on at the home? I don't think so, but I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But the TBI, Eric Craddock, Chris is here. And then we've got a lot of missing lines. We've got the missing Apollo. It's bringing enlightenment to the state of Tennessee. It could be earthy resources here. The U.S. Marshals is also here with their Venus that's conjunct Juno in the 11th house of Scorpio. Let me go ahead and pull the Marshals up. Let me go ahead and pull them up. Because we need to see what that 2509 is, because I don't remember. Their 2509 is their vertex. Okay. So it's gonna be right there. It's gonna be right there with Tennessee. It's an intensity of a home that's hidden. Oh, gosh, man. It's a home that's hidden. So let's go back. I'm not gonna spend time on that one. I want to go back. I want to go back to that area. Actually, let's do this. Actually, let's take off the addresses. Let's take off all these lines so we're not confused and let's do this. Let's do it one more time. Because the U.S. Marshals and the state of Tennessee, and this is with Saturn. So this is what their work. Let's see, hotspots. Let me turn them off. Well, I've got her family on here. His eyes. I've got all of her family on here and associates. I've got her family and associates on the map already. I've got 1,100 addresses on Sebastian's map. It's ridiculous. Okay, so the state of Tennessee, we're just going to look at this one because this is what is in transit right now. It's already been, it's right here. Okay. Because this is where the U.S. Marshals come in, is this one right here. If the U.S. Marshals would ever hook up with Tennessee, this is going to be it right here. It's going to be this conjunction. All right. Tennessee's Mars is in the 8th house. U.S. Marshals, vertex. That means that they have an intense experience with the things that are hidden. And we're going, if we wanted to look at a home, if it had anything to do with a home, we're going to go beside this property. And let me just say something. It's really important. Y'all might want to write this down because this is coming January 21st. Hold on. Let me get me something to drink. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I had to get me something to drink. Y'all are gonna flip out because I flipped out when I saw where this is going. Because we are looking at anything that is hidden, okay, with the U.S. Marshals, with the state of Tennessee. We're going this way. We're going in the back of Sebastian's home, and it could be right here. It could be right here. But the Mars in Cancer, there would be a car, a vehicle. And that vehicle, I would want to see that vehicle right here if he left from his home. This man, Chris, his son, Jacob, is going through a Saturn return. This is big. Some people don't make it out alive from their Saturn return. It comes every 30 years between 27, 28, 29 years old, usually not at 30, but we just say 30, every 30 years. Saturn comes back to the natal Saturn. And January 21st is that Saturn return. And let me just say, it looks interesting. The chart for his Saturn return looks very, very interesting. And if I've looked at it before, I don't remember it. Yeah, I don't know. Aaron, if you're listening, I've got all of his addresses. I have all of them on the map. I don't think people understand that, God, y'all, I've been a crazy woman with this map. When I tell you I've got over 1,100 addresses on it, I do. It's unbelievable. So we're going over, but because it's Mars, okay? It's about things that are hidden at home, but Mars is also about the body and a car. It could be a body or a car. Like you saw, this morning when Mars came to his Mars in Sagittarius is another country. It's immigration. It could be long travel. It could be a river. The Sagittarius could be about philosophy. So we're talking about religion, church, pastoral. Yeah, so the 21st of January. What do you mean 22 for me? Okay, so anyway, guys, look at this. What is hidden at home or a home is significant. Leo is about kids, playfulness, competition in school. Lots of attention on this angle with Sebastian. Mars is about a vehicle, body. Being in the 8th house, evidence is hidden. Anything, it would be hidden, okay? So we're going over this property. We're going this way. We're going over Doversley Court. So that's 469 Doversley Court. I need to write that down so I can look at that person's stuff. 469 Doversley Court. Now, let me just say that there could have been, at the time of this construction, there could have been a dumpster, okay, that was hidden. I mean, not hidden, but there could have been a dumpster. See, my little man is right there. It would have been at that house right through here. There could have been a dumpster before this house was built. And it could have been a dumpster right here. And that's where things could have gone that are hidden. And we don't even have to go all the way down. You see what I'm saying? Hey, smack talker. Then we go to, looks like Babington Alley. I don't know. So we've got some houses here. Again, we see that there are dumpsters here. And so this dumpster, this commercial dumpster, could have been where they put something, not Sebastian, but something here to hide and evade police. Now watch this. This is Saturn. This is Saturn, but this is also Capricorn because we have workers here, right? We've got workers here, heavy machinery. So it is a Saturn mixed in with this Cancerian Cancer home theme as well. All right. Here is where the fire hall is, where they were meeting early on. They were meeting here. This was the meeting post to search for Sebastian. You probably saw that on the media, right? Does make you wonder if they searched this area really good back here, because look, all of those woods back there, Mars in Cancer. Then we go over these properties. That's Norman Lake. We're going over a property here. Okay, so this is where the dog Rex, not Max, Rex. The dog Rex shows up on the map a hell of a lot better, a hell of a lot more than the dog Max. Max, as you know, they say tracked to the pond, tracked to the new construction area. But this is the handler. This is the handler. This is where Rex lives. And so I don't know if Rex would have found anything, if Rex would have hit on anything that they have taken into custody. I mean, into, as evidence or anything like that. But that's Rex. So I'd be very interested to know what Rex did with Sebastian's case. Because I don't remember, and I'm sure that nobody's really talked about it. I always hear Max, 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 but I never hear about Rex. And I know that those were the two main dogs that they talked about early on, but I don't have anything. Canine Rex. Let's see. Canine. I don't remember. Dog the Bounty Hunter, Canine Rex. Where is it at? If y'all come up on anything having to do with the Canine Rex, let me know. Reach out to me, please. Rex. No. They got Dog Chapman. Canine Handler Jules. Okay. So there's no information about Rex, but this is where Rex lives. And so I think that this is a lot more I don't know, is Rex the one that no, that was Max. I'll have to do some more research on that. But if anybody knows, y'all let me know. Anybody knows, y'all let me know. And so we have an old address for Jacob here. I did ask Jules, but she doesn't remember what Rex did. And then we have Carter. Let's see. We got that place in Lebanon. Tucker Roads. Okay. Let's see. So we got some DA. We got some lawful people here. We've got Latimer Reservation, Scouting America. So like I said, I've looked for places. And this goes, I want to say this goes to, okay, this goes to Charleston, and somebody is from there. There's Cordova. And there's Myrtle Beach. Interesting. The other thing that is interesting is this day when he has his Saturn return. So his Saturn return, it would appear, based on the chart that I have, it would appear that his Saturn return is coming on January 21st. Of course, he's definitely going to feel it before then. And what I found interesting is there's a lot of energy with the 1215. That 1215 is the lunar nodes of fate of Sebastian Rogers. So we're going to have a lot of energy, and this is coming in the past. Things that have taken place in the past on the day of his Saturn return. And the Saturn return can be about work. It could be about dad. It could be about, no, it's going to go up there in the 11th house, it looks like. It could be about dad, authority. His Saturn is in Pisces, so it could be about drugs or alcohol. It could be about endings, prisons, hospitals. He could get pulled over. He could forget to pay a ticket. Just, things like that with your Saturn return. It could be about work, all kinds of things. All kinds of things. So I'm just waiting for this clock, for this series to come up here or wherever it's going to be when it turns to that 1215 degree, because then I can really see the different players. I definitely see things going on with the United States as a whole. So let's say that, he's enlisted in the military. It could be that. It could be that he's enlisted in the military and he's having to go overseas. Or he gets drafted. By then, who knows what the world's going to be like. He could be drafted, have nothing to do with Sebastian, but I think it will. And I'm going to show you why I do. All right, right here. Let me show you why I do. Like I said, I don't know what time he was born. I don't know for sure that this is his birthday. But if it is, and it looks like it could be, the lunar nodes of fate for Sebastian is a 12-15. This is in the 11th house of groups. This is going to happen by January 21st, Wednesday afternoon. Makes me wonder because this is a Wednesday, this is church, there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of energy with Ceres that could be about a church, about a mission, a church mission. I definitely see Cuba. There's another state that has that 0047. I can't think of it right now, but I definitely know that Cuba's in transit. Kansas is holding a lot of weight. There is a divine justice with Katie. There's something that she is learning about home, about a home. And the lunar nodes of fate are at 1104 that day. And that's her. I'm going to show you her chart. I also noticed that the dark moon in the 7th house of relationships and partnerships in this house of Sag. Again, this is about another country, immigration. It could be about philosophy, going far, going quick. It could be about a river. It could be about a church, pastoral. This 334 goes to Canada. I have it in my chart. So I'm going to have disordered aggression about things that I learn with a relationship. Hold on, my son's calling. Hold on. Hey, babe.
Hey,
Hey,
what you doing?
what you think?
What you doing, Mom?
Well, yeah, I mean, you never call me. You never call me, and then when you do, I'm on live. I mean, I was only live like 8 hours the other day.
All right, well, I'll talk to you.
Well, what are you doing?
I'm cooking. I just wanted someone to talk to. I'll call you.
What are you cooking?
Well, I'm just now getting started.
What are you cooking?
Something delicious. Chicken, like a bowl, with like an Asian sauce.
I'll bring it on out.
Nothing to make. Girl, you know what? I'll talk to you next in 5 years.
And never worry.
Yeah, I'll talk to you everywhere.
Are you gonna? I'm not gonna see you tomorrow, or are we doing like we need to discuss what we're doing?
What's tomorrow?
What do you mean? What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday, and then Thursday is Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll call you back.
Okay.
Do you have to work?
No.
Okay, I'll call you right back.
All right.
Love you, bye.
I'm really.
I mean, I haven't even talked to him. Haven't even talked to him in days. Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry. He's so cute. God love him. Okay, so what I'm noticing is that, and I'm going to show you Katie's chart. So Katie she holds the 1104 no matter what time she's born, she holds that. And of course, like I said, the lunar nodes of fate, that's with, I see a lot. Okay, I see a lot. I see that there's going to be a lot of limits and obstacles with fish sticks, with groups. Yep, see a lot of limits and obstacles with his work. I see a lot of limits and obstacles with Jacob, and because it's a trip because he and fish sticks connect. He has limits and obstacles with fish sticks, and then that day he's going to have limits and obstacles as well. So they're both Jacob and fish sticks are both going to have limits and obstacles that day. I see that there is a divine justice here in the 9th house with Kathy Bowersox. The sun is shining on groups, giving her limits and obstacles because her Saturn is that degree. I'm just saying, guys, this is a day that I'm not sure how it's going to work itself out. But Kathy Bowersox has a 1357 in her chart. It connects with the Pluto, with the Secret Service. Jacob Carr could have that 1357 as well. So that means that if the Secret Service are on it, working it, that's how he could get a justice. And there's a lot of energy going with Katie in Jacob's chart. And this 303, let me just show you the missing event that day. Let me just show you that when Sebastian went missing. I don't know what this has to do with anything because I don't know anything about these people. I don't know where Jacob was living at the time. Okay, so this is at 9 p.m. This was at 9 p.m. Okay, so Vulcanus at 9 p.m. was showing a lot of action, a lot of publicity, a lot of stuff going down with possibly children, competition, things going on with a 302. And there was a breakup with two people with communications with this 302 in the 8th house. Okay. So if I go back and I look at Jacob and his chart, where did it go? If this is even it. I mean, where's it at? There it is. If this is even it, right? I can see that the day before there was a transformation, or let's see if I can get it to that 302. I don't know if I can. This could have been just that the day before. It could be that he is connected to Chris because Chris has a 304. So yeah. So this means that, let me go back. Let me make sure that that's not a 304 because that is in opposition with Chris Proudfoot. This is important. This is important because no matter what time Jacob is born, if this is his chart, he has a 303 in his chart. Chris has a 04. Let's look. Where's Chris? Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Y'all. This is a collective energy, and him and Chris have an opposition, and I want to show you that. So Chris Carr, son Jacob, and Chris Proudfoot have an opposition, okay? So Chris has a 304. I'm about to break this down for you guys, okay? I'm about to break it down and what happened prior to Sebastian going missing, okay? I'm about to break it down. This 2208, his dark moon in Aquarius, we're going to look at him and we're going to look at Katie on this day that Chris Carr could possibly be going through his Saturn return. So his Hades, all the problems with communications, with the mental health, with all the chatter, and Chris Carr's son, Jacob, they share an opposition because it's opposing the Pluto of Chris Carr. Now, watch this. What did they strike a deal? Did something happen? Do they even know each other? Are they pissed off at one another? Are they enemies? I don't know. I have no idea what their relationship would be. I'm just basing this off of Sebastian going missing. So check this out. So in order to get this 302, and by the way, this is Israel and Mexico. It's also me and Trump. In order to get this to that 303 and to the 304, we have to go back a day. Actually, let's go back a day. Okay, so the 303 that he has, that the boy has, hold on, let me make sure I'm telling you guys this right. It's a 303 that he has. Okay. So Sebastian missing, we got to get it to the 303. All right, animate. What I'm going to show you first is when Admetos breaks up. It's already in orb with his Pluto. It's about communications with two people. I'm talking about Jacob. Okay, I'm talking about Jacob. The breakup with two people is going to come or it comes on so that's more than a 24-hour transit. Hold on. There it is. It starts to transit. Admetos starts to transit in the 7th house of relationships and partnerships here. Damn, that's exactly at midnight. Thursday, February 29th, exactly at midnight. Interesting. Okay, hold on. I'm going to save this because I got to go back and look at it. Oh, that's the Chiron of Kathy Bowersox. Oh, Lord. That's Mexico. There's actually an opposition with Mexico right here. When he breaks up with two people, with the communications. Okay, let me go back. I've saved this, so I'll go back. Hold on. Now we got to go back to the 25th, midnight. And you can see that the 303, his Pluto in Sagittarius. Lord, what's happening here? His Pluto in Sagittarius begins with a lot of action, a lot of attention on the 23rd, Friday at 2 p.m. This is when it begins. This is when it begins. There's the 1656. The 1759 is coming into transit with Sebastian. That's what was in transit today with that Rita chick. What is happening here, man? I don't trust this at all. I'm not trusting this at all. I don't like it. I'm not trusting it. I don't understand. Because Sebastian didn't get out of school Friday, February 23rd until probably 3. Hold on. This kid, Jacob, I know that he graduated from Beach. I know that he graduated from Beach, and I know that he played football. I don't like this, guys, at all. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm having a hard time expressing myself right now. Something is up here. There is a reigniting of a flame. See this 2235? I'm going to stop this. Hold on. It's a 2235. Okay, hold on. Let me look at Chris and Katie for a second. Let me look at Chris and Katie for a second. Because I'm not sure if this is some kind of bully shit or if this would be something where he's trying to save. I know that sounds goofy. It sounds goofy. Just even me saying it. Okay, so she's got a 2228. Hold on. Shit. Not Chris. The other Chris. Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Okay, so hold on. She has the 22. 22, 28, 22, 28. Dark moon, disordered aggression with groups, with video, a divine justice. That's what's coming. That's what's coming on his Saturn return, but I don't know why that would show up with his Saturn return. Because that 22, 28 is right here. And that we're going to have an opposition. We're going to have an opposition with Chris. With Chris Proudfoot. There is a Saturn return with, oh shit. No. He didn't go missing from what? No, he didn't. No. What I'm showing you is Jacob, Chris's son, how he was in transit Friday afternoon. Okay. And it went on and it went on. Hold on. Let me go back because I'm trying to figure, and my mind is going so fast trying to figure things out. And I'm trying to slow myself down because I'm on live talking to y'all. But my brain is wanting to jump ahead, and I'm thinking about all these numbers, all these degrees. So what I'm saying is that the Pluto in Sagittarius for Jacob it began Friday afternoon. It began Friday afternoon. There was a wake-up call with the moon, with Sebastian, with his mom, and home before he ever gets home. Is he on the bus right here? Is he walking to class? Is he walking to class with another kid? Look, whatever is going on Friday at 2:00 p.m., there is an opposition with Faith, his sister. Well, Faith wasn't there, right? She doesn't have to be. There's an opposition with her home, with her family. Anytime I see this 542, I think of her. Anytime I see it, because she has Hades in Cancer, all her problems are happening. Whatever is going on with Sebastian, she and Sebastian are very connected, okay? When things are happening with his chart or her chart, they're both showing up and they may not have any idea of what the hell's going on with the other. Have no idea. But what I do know is that there's some type of connection with Jacob Carr, Sebastian's case, and what was transpiring before Sebastian went missing. So I know that there is a divine justice here because he's not going to his dad's. The 0021 that he has is about his dad. It's in Capricorn and it's opposing. Okay. So he's not going to his dad's that weekend. He's having an opposition. He gets a wake-up call about it. I've got to be with mom this weekend. I've got to be at home this weekend. Could he be talking to somebody about that? Possibly. Possibly. He could be talking to somebody right here about that. But here comes Jacob. All right. So Jacob is a 303, and there's a lot of attention on kids. The 1759 divine justice with Sebastian in Sagittarius here in this ninth house. Could he be, trying to run away? 1759, did he, does he need to take medicine? What is going on here? This could be anything, but it has to do with his health and going far. This could be about a church, right? It could be about going to another country. We're learning something here. We're traveling. And I would just need to go back and look at Jacob's chart for this too, because there's an opposition with it's an opposition with her and Chris. It's about the courts. Okay. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Chris has a 304, right? In his chart. He's got all of his problems with the kid, with Sebastian, is a 304. Chris has got all kinds of problems on Thursday because Sebastian is going to be with Katie. Katie can't come see him. Sebastian's not going to his dad's. Katie can't come see him. And he is having to come apart. That's what I think. I think he's having to come apart about the kids, about faith. And when this begins, let's look at it. Let's look at when this actually begins with him. Let's see. Let me take this back days, because that's when it's going to begin. It would already be an orb right before it, but I always like to see what it's going to look like when it first begins, what the energy around it is when it first begins. Yes. So look at this. Look at that. The moon is reflecting, right? The moon is reflecting kids, school, kids. And this 305 is coming to that 304 that Chris has. It's coming to it. The moon is reflecting the kids. This is about his public image, how he appears to other people. This 305 is going to come into that 304. We can see that there's going to be a reigniting of a flame. Remember, he has the 2228. Katie has the 2228. His 2228 is the dark moon. That means he is going to be spitting when he's talking. He's talking to two people. He is not happy. And this is an Aquarius, so we could be, talking about things of the future. Well, this is Gemini, but his 2228 is Aquarius. So there's a reigniting of the flame. He's talking to two people, probably mom socks and dad socks. And that reigniting of a flame, who he's talking to, he's spitting, he's pissed. And it's about the kids. This 009 is Terry Bauer socks. And I'm thinking that that's what's going on. This is going to come to that 304. Come on, man. So I can stop it. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. Right there. Right there. Okay. Venus in the 4th house of Aquarius is opposing the moon. Look at that. Venus, it's about the values in the future, but it's opposing the moon. Guess what that would be? I think that would be the flashlight. I think that he was already planning what was going to happen on the 21st. On the 21st. Already planning it. There's a reigniting of a flame. He's talking to at least two people, communicating in an ugly way. Because all of his problems with Hades is now centered around a lot of publicity, a lot of attention on his work, his family life, and kids. This would be the court. The courts, a reigniting of the flame with the courts, that could have to do with faith, could have to do with the CPS. Interesting. Sorry, guys, I'm not watching chat. Hey, y'all. For all of you coming in, I am talking about Sebastian. I'm talking about Jacob's Saturn return and why Chris and Katie are showing up with a lot of darkness, with justice, with a lot of, there is something that was taking place with them too, with Jacob and with Chris. Could it be that there is something that Jacob knows from his dad? Is there something going to happen on January 21st, 2026, when he has the Saturn return? Is it going to have to do with Sebastian? That's what I'm talking about. And I just looked at the map too, and I'm going to go back to it, but I wanted to take a minute to show you guys that there is a lot that was taking place with Chris before Sebastian ever went missing. And it had to do with the courts, with faith, and of course, the astrology is showing this. I can't make it up. If we hadn't even heard anything about that, I know Faith's birth chart. I've got hers. I'm not going to show it to you, but y'all can take it to the bank when I tell you that there's an opposition coming with her, or when things are going on with her. It is. It is. Most definitely. And with that stuff that was going on with Mexico this morning, that 542 was showing up. And every time it shows up, I tell you guys about it, because not only does it go to her, but it also goes to Eric Craddock. That's their connection. And they were connecting before Sebastian went missing too. So this is when he's talking to two people. There is just that the moon is opposing the Venus, and that would be I'm thinking that this is it's either about the shoes or the flashlight. Because when you got a lot of problems and you got a lot of disordered aggression that's coming about again, you may not play the tape all the way through like you should. This is Kathy. That 1619 is Kathy all day long. No matter what time she's born, that's Kathy. And the wisdom about it with Kathy would have come 2 days prior. So that would have been the 19th of February. So they're reigniting the flame of what they were already talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? This was planned well before. And it's going back and capturing all of that to try to figure out where Sebastian could actually be. But this is about the future. And it's coming. That 2509 that's in transit right now, Vulcan in the 4th house of home, is coming to that 2509. Let's look at it. Because it would have been hidden from the state of Tennessee and the marshals right there. There's the communications. There's the communications. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me get it at the minute. Let me get at the exact moment that it comes about. Let me see if both of them are 6:55. Okay, they're not. Because that's where we're talking about today. Remember, Saturn is on the marshals and the state of Tennessee with that 2509, and it's going to be for days. There's Terry Bowersox. Terry, I see it. I see it. Kathy, I'm seeing it. Okay. Now we're reflecting with, y'all, this is not even, I feel like this isn't even a challenge. the moon is opposing Michael Proudfoot, going far. Kathy, all of her problems with money, with the everyday, with her values that match the Secret Service, and that possibly matches Jacob. Is right there as well. My goodness gracious. There's an intensity that's taken place with a relationship in Tennessee. There's an intensity that's taken place with the relationships in Kentucky. And it would appear that that Jupiter that Terry Bowersox Jr. has, that's showing up as well. What are they planning here? I know that one. I know that one. I know that one. But where is it? I'll have to stop it here and study this. I've got to study them all. But look, this 858, I'm sorry. This 858 with Saturn. This is where, okay, so Terry Bowersox works in Kentucky. He's got a motor coach, or he did work in Kentucky at this motor coach place. All right. Limits and obstacles, major transformation that has taken place in the fourth house of home. And this is in the middle of the night. Thursday, early Thursday morning, in the middle of the night at 12:16. And that 858, I remember it. Let me show you. Oh my gosh, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Terry, I gotcha. What's happening? What are we seeing here? What's going on? Let's look. Let's look. Terry. And the 22nd. So Terry Bowersox, no matter what time he's born, okay, he has a trans Pluto in Leo. This is where he is transformed in the public eye, or he is transformed with children. And at home, in the fourth house of home here, was he drunk? Was he on something? Or is he talking about something having to do with drugs or alcohol? I don't know. But I do know that these two, Mars and Venus, are coming to oppose him. All of this. Mars and Venus, when Sebastian goes missing, are opposing all of that. Pluto, Mars, the Sun, trans Pluto, Uranus. And he may even have that 0047 that connects to, you guessed it, Cuba. There's another state, I believe, that also connects to that. And I've got to do a lot of research now. But I think that I might have his chart pretty well figured out. So I do see that this man, the 652 that he has in his chart, with all the problems, with all that money, it's going to Pennsylvania. It was a future. There's a future with his values, with the vehicle, and the problems. All those problems that were going to come to him with work, with his public image. And there are things that are being hidden at a home. And it could have to do with that motor coach place, because look, they're a family of motor coaches, campers, RVs, their friends, their families, all of them. and they've all acted suspect. Suspect as hell. I mean, it's just so suspect. But as I'm looking at this and I'm looking at Chris have a come apart about the kids, it's all about him. Me, 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 me. What about me? What about me? And we can see that Mercury out of 2807, no matter, I don't know what time Terry's born, but his Mars is definitely in Leo at a 28 degree. So Mercury, the group, everything that they are discussing, everything that they are discussing is opposing him and the action that he is going to take, more than likely with a vehicle. Okay? Because Mars in Leo is either about abuse in children, competition with children. We know that he and Sebastian play chess, right? So take that for what it's worth. But he could definitely have that 47. The magnetism that he has is a 0007. So remember when I said that Astrea, when they first started talking, Astrea in Cancer, the divine justice, she is health, she is the Virgo constellation. It was magnetized to him. Magnetized to him. So when I tell you that something is hitting Terry, that's why, because I've memorized some of these degrees in people's charts. Whether they're, I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying, I've memorized them. And some of these non-movers, like Sebastian has a 2329 in his chart, and this is the physician that brings enlightenment or that changes his identity or changes the way that he looks because he's the physician. Or gives him, drugs or alcohol. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what kind of, I don't know what shit he had going on. All I know is that he and Chris are showing up with his mother, with Chris's mom. They're definitely showing up together. Okay. But it would appear that there is a group. There's a group of them. And of course we can watch Nina. We can listen to her and she's like, oh yeah, they were all against me. They were just all against me. I was thinking that, Michael Proudfoot, he was on my side, but turns out he wasn't. I was hoping that he and Linda were on my side, but they weren't. And that's if she was even telling the truth. We don't know. We have no reason not to believe her. I mean, she was crying big old alligator tears. So I don't know. I'd say that I do have Terry Bowersock's chart correct, and if I don't, he can always let me know. He can always let me know if I don't, but I think I do. I think I do because every time things come around, I go back and I assess the situation. So here we are. This is Terry. Now I want to show you. Let's look at Kathy because y'all need to see that this is actually her that I'm talking about. Because it is. It's her. It's her. I'm talking about her. Mama sex. Mama. Mama's got all that money, honey. So Kathy, no matter what time she's born, all of her problems, Hades is the problems. When we look at Hades, this is where we're looking at problems, okay? Hades is a C with a cross. Hades will take you down into the underworld, right? We can already tell that there was a shakeup a little shaky shake, a little wake up call. Maybe she was traveling. Maybe she's talking long distance. But there's an opposition with her because no matter what time she's born, she's got a Chronos, and there's conversations. There's communications with at least two people that she had just had a few hours before around 10 o'clock because Pallas was at that 405 creating a direct opposition with her Chronos. Chronos is about the timing. It's about timing. The timing is always in God's timing. Always. We don't know because we're not God. It's in God's timing. I don't know what time she's born. I've got her so many charts. I think she was born before this. I think that her Chiron is at 1711. So I think that she was born prior to 1145. And I've got different charts for her, but I'm pretty sure that that's when she was born. It would be early. It would be earlier than 11:30 at night. So, but no matter what time she's born, these non-movers are not going to move. They're staying the same. Okay, this is 142. This connects to the FBI. That's not going to change. Her connection with the Secret Service, that's not changing. And so, if the Secret Service wanted to do some due diligence, they would look at her phone. They would look at her phone on February 22nd at 12:16 a.m. Pass this along. You heard it first here, Secret Service. You heard it first here. Look at her phone. Check her devices because something between 10 and 12, I think she was on the phone. I think she was on the phone with Christopher. I think that she was on the phone with, that there was a plan. And that plan could be in Kentucky with the motor coach. Sebastian could be on the move in an RV, in a camper, in a motor coach, or he could be stationary at a campground. Yeah, definitely. They could have been three-waying. Yeah. Yep. They could have been. They definitely could have been. Mhm. Let me see. What else do we have here? Let me look. Remember when I said that 619 earlier, when I said that Juno was giving her a conscious raising experience and that was her? It was about that is her. I mean, no matter what time she's born, that 1619 is her. So when I said that she had the wisdom 2 days prior, and then they're talking about it again on the 22nd, that's what I'm talking about because she does have a lot of wisdom when it comes to relationships, law enforcement's contract, and the CPS. That would go for the the justice system, the CPS, the government worker, all of that. And so if she could have created, okay, it could have been her that created all of this because she likes to fix, manage, and control everybody's life. We can see that. Her showing up in court with Chris, with Texana to sue Seth, told me everything I needed to know about her. Everything I needed to know about her. Everything. There's no if, ands, or buts about that. Saturn is going to be coming and opposing her right after Jacob Carr has his Saturn return. Saturn is going to come and oppose her. This is her position. Will she need surgery? Will she be sick? Will she be going to the doctor? Maybe. Let's go ahead and look at it. Let's see if Sebastian shows up with it. 2803. Let's play the tape. Let's play the tape through. Let's just don't even. 2803. I'm looking for Saturn to go to that 2803. And here it is. Right there. But it's already going to be an orb. I mean, you know, it's already going to be an orb. Let's go ahead and make it to that exact moment, because I like doing it that way. 2803. Because if she's involved, all you got to do is follow the money. It's going to lead right back to her. Right back to her. And I appreciate you guys being on here, trying to learn something different, learn something new. You know, this is definitely different. Definitely different. We've already, the day before, I can already see that Tennessee and Cuba, their connection that Tennessee and Cuba have, that was the day before with, they have a connection of 2957. So I always think about that connection with Cuba and Tennessee would have been the day before on the 24th. This is Louisiana, but I'm thinking it's also Mississippi. I'll have to look. Oh, shit. That's Cuba. And I know that because I have a 1324. It's a lot of energy I got going on in the House of Groups with y'all. This is going to be a Sunday, January 25th at 1 o'clock. Go ahead and mark it on your calendar. But yeah, Cuba and I have this, and I have not been to Cuba. We can see that there was a letting go the day before with Cuba, 0047. It's also a federal number because the United States has that 0047 as well. I can already tell that the Pluto with the state of Tennessee at 1055 would have been in transit on the 24th. So it's probably going to be something that happens on the 24th that we are reflecting and talking about on the 25th. You're confused, but I want to learn. Hey, you are sitting in here and trying to learn. That's a beautiful thing. So I commend you, because the confusion will end the more that you watch me work this out, the more that you're going to learn. The more that I work it, the more that I learn. And we're always going to learn, especially when we can go back and we can look at it in hindsight. That's when we really gain the wisdom. I keep seeing that, you know, we do have an 1805 that's coming into Jupiter is about to expand this 1805. Florida and Mexico have the 1804. I believe Georgia does too. So there is an expansion with the home as this is happening. And look at that. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Let me go back. Okay. Let's go back. Let's get this wake up call with the investigation with Terry Bowersox. Let's get it. His values right there at 5 o'clock in the morning. He's having an opposition. I'm seeing, hold on. What is going on here? It looks like that this is going to be a few day. Yeah, this Saturn return is going to begin something. So with Jacob, if that's his birthday that I was showing you guys, if that's it, there is something that is going to come before. I mean, it's going to be between the 21st, the 20. This is an ongoing thing, it looks like. Because it looks like we're talking about everything that's happened on the 25th. We got to go back. There's the moon at the 12:15. Yeah. So this is Saturday morning, January 24th. And look at that. There's the 2509. There's the 2509 with Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals. Me and Seth have already we're already sharing some pain together. He could be having a major migraine that day. We're reflecting Sebastian on January 24th. This 2956 is also Tennessee. Tennessee has 2956, 2957, and here's where it gets hairy. The sun is shining at Sebastian's moon degree. What? Mars is opposing the wisdom of Tennessee. A lot of disordered aggression with Oklahoma and Colorado. Katie's got all kinds of warring going on. And the state of Tennessee's Pluto. There's a lot of transformation with fate. The TBI is definitely showing up here with Jupiter expanding a home or property or real estate or a campground. But then I see that all the attention, see the sun is shining at the 428. This could also have to do with Jack and Lily because Canada has their Chiron at a 428 in Leo. It's about kids, it's about school, and that is coming on this day. So there's going to be all kinds. And of course, it's only going to be a month. It could be things that are going on that are going to be planned. If there's an event that's going to be planned, let's say in front of the courthouse, we're going to do something, in front of the courthouse or something like that, or in front of the TBI, that's possible. That we could be planning something. You just never know how it's going to go down. This is on a Monday when all kinds of attention is on Sebastian, but it's also on Canada and their Chiron with kids. So if Jack and Lily hasn't been found, this could be a good time. I'm going to save this because this could be a good time that they're going to be found. And you think, God dang, Jennifer, that's January. But, January is not that far. I mean, considering how long they've been missing. Jeez. Huh. Interesting. Thank you, Jeff, for watching the chickens while they were out. Are they already back in? You did. I can't hear you. Okay. But you put them back? Yeah, no. There's an opposition with, okay, so that opposition with Mrs. Bowersox, that's early in the morning with communications. And it could be, yeah. It could be that It could be that we've done something. We're doing something that day. For Sebastian, shaking shit up. I don't know. But this is definitely yeah. Okay, so this 1808, let's go ahead and get it there. Right there. This is the old DA, this is the judge. This is the judge right here. This is the judge, 1808. Let me tell you who all has this 1808 because a bunch of them share it. Judge Blanton has the 1808. Old DA Whitley has the 1808. Melissa has the 1808. And so does Nina. And the sun is going to be shining. Hold on, where is that? No, there it is, the 2656. Hold up. There is so much to see here. The dark moon is with the TBI, what they're learning. So yeah, I think that it could have something to do with an event that we may plan, but it could be something even better. I would hope so, right? I mean, I would hope. Jeez, jeez, I would hope so. I want to see who would own that number. I would want to see. Looks like all the cases are converging once again, as they always do at the end of the month. They must have some kind of thing at the end of the month that they do, but a lot of disordered aggression with things of the past with what the TBI is learning Sunday morning. Once they learn some things Sunday morning, it's going to come against Kathy, actually. Oh, I just see too much right here. This is going to be a very intense time with the cases out of Tennessee. No doubt about it. And I think that some people from Chris's work may even start to speak out because I'm seeing that there's going to be a breakup with him and his work. Let me see if I can tell when that's going to happen. $17, $15. Yeah. Right here. And then the dark moon is going to come to that moon degree with Sebastian. 337. 337. It's going to oppose. Look at all of that Aquarius energy in January. Going into February. Look at all of that. Look at all of that, y'all. Dang, whoever is born, not only are they going to shine with Aquarius, but man, they got all kind of stuff. Could you imagine? I can't. I cannot imagine having all of that going on in Aquarius. Lord, I think January is going to be a good time, guys. From January, okay, so from January 21st to the 29th, and it could even go on past that. But that's going to be the most intense period, even going into, let's see. Oh shit, it's gonna go back. It's gonna go back. And then Katie's gonna be pissed off again on March 5th. Katie will be pissed off again on March 5th. But the day before, yeah, we're going to go back. We're going back into time, and we're going to see some transformation with Terry Bowersox. That transformation that was going on before Sebastian went missing is coming back, and it's going to have a fate. This time, it's not going to be with Saturn. It's going to be with a fate. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. There's an opposition with Florida. Mrs. Bowersox, that 405, has just had a lot of communications and a lot of shit going down with her. There is definitely an opposition with things of the past, with groups in the state of Tennessee. Oh yeah, there's so much to see here. I don't know. I got a lot of homework to do, guys. Got a lot of homework. I feel like I've got a lot of homework to see when this could be a finale. When can this end? Because the desires with Sebastian is going to be in transit in March. These desires with his health, with structure, with responsibility, with his dad. I'm hoping by March we see an end to all the madness. And there's actually whoever is responsible can be held accountable. So I'm hoping by March we have some type of closure with Sebastian. And if I wanted to look at different places, I mean, I know that Chris has I know that he has went to Cuba. I don't think that, I don't know. I go back and forth all the time where I think Sebastian can be at a campground, at a campground, because gosh, who is going to take note, especially if he's at a campground where there's nobody, it's like isolated. This Poseidon in Leo is going to have an opposition. And so their wisdom, whatever they think happened with Sebastian, I think could be coming back to bite him in the ass. It may not be what they think. It may not be what we think either. And if I look at the other map for the same conjunction, where am I at, Sebastian? The cemetery behind Kathy's. That's kind of, we've been through that one. We've been we've been through that already. So if I look at, the cemetery's right here. If I go back to the other map, not from the roadhouse, but from the home. Hold on. You see that the TBI shows up. I meet him here. This is a 2117. It's in Gemini. So this is a 21 degree in Gemini, and it's going here. It's about communications. It's about two people. The two people are Kathy and her husband, and the communications that they are listening to. That's what that's telling me, because I got the wisdom of it. Okay. I got the wisdom of what they're doing. The flame of life is shown here to law enforcement. Line goes all the way to Virginia. These lines are also some of the lines that were going over Worshams that morning. They've been here before. Tennessee has been here before with communications. This isn't a Cancerian line, so I wouldn't be looking. If I was looking for Sebastian in a cemetery, then I would go all the way back to where their Cancerian energy is, because that's where that's where a cemetery would forensically, with the astrology, be showing up. So it would be right through here, because this is where all the Cancer is in Gemini. This is where the DA has justice. The justice is going over from his home, the DA, and that's all that we really should really even be looking at. The DA's justice is going to come from Chris Carr's home, coming out into the new construction and going over this cemetery. So I'm not really, I would be looking more this way, and she lives going up that way, right? So I don't really put a whole lot of stock into a cemetery going by her home. Doesn't mean that I'm right. It just means that, or that anybody else is wrong. It just means that that's the way I'm looking at it. And please don't be sorry. It's okay. I think that Summer and Sebastian, their cases are, they're a lot alike, like with CPS. There were things going on with their cases. There could have been some neglect. I'm not saying that there was. I mean, I haven't talked to Katie, so I don't know. She could always, reach out to me and go, "Hey, Jen, this is what it was like," and that's, and answer some questions that I have about his natal chart, because his natal chart definitely shows that she was impatient, possibly abusive. There was a lot of competition at home with mom. Gaining her attention. She wants him to be independent. And what better way to send him off on his own? Good luck. Here's you a camper. Here's this, here's that, But Summer, and I don't think that they're related. Okay, so let me go back. Hold on. Take all this off, because this is what's really mattering for the state of Tennessee right now. Is going this way. So again, I would go over that new construction, come down into the woods here. Could be a hidden cave. I think that there was talk about hidden caves. There's also a church here. It's also a church. And it being in the 8th house with Tennessee. Hold on, where's that church? Oh, that was on up, I think. Yeah, there's the church. Oh, it could be a vehicle, a lot of action with a church. But it's this right here, man. It's that right there. Cages Bend. Coming over the Cumberland. Bender's Ferry. Again, we got all kinds of places, and this is a big ass camp. Big ass campground. All kinds of campers here. Maybe not where Sebastian's at, but there's something there. I don't remember whose address that is. In Tennessee. But if I go on and I look at the other map, thank you, me and you, for keeping that chat respectful. Thank you so much, me and you, babe. Yeah, the audacity. Thank you, babe. Yeah. Okay, so let me go back. Because it's this one with Tennessee. This is the other map that I started. I've got it all just jacked up. Hold on. This is it. So this would be from the Texas Roadhouse if he never made it home. And we would be looking again, we would be looking for the same thing. We're looking for the same thing. And this is where the 2509 with the state of Tennessee being in the 8th house, this Mars, and it connects to the intensity with the U.S. Marshals. And as you can see, we're going over a lot of businesses. Right now, Saturn is on this conjunction, okay? Saturn making contact. It could be about something that is hidden in one of these businesses here. Then we also are coming up on some homes. And I would need to see on the other map if I have any addresses going this way and put them on this map. Of course, we've got the houses here on the Stop 30, Holiday Inn. Now we're making it back over the same place, except from the home, the Mars is over here. From the Roadhouse, the Mars with Tennessee is here off of Bender's Ferry, Riverview Road. And of course, you can see all this terrain. And we just don't know. We don't know if they got him in a camper somewhere and he's just, I don't know, man. I hope that that's what it is. I really do. Little Mountain, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. And he could be in South Carolina for all we know. He could be in damn Cuba. We don't know. But I just thought it was interesting that all of this is coming about with Tennessee today. And the Mars was coming over him. All of that was happening at the same time. At the same time, this chick or whoever it is on Facebook talking about him being in Mexico. Because the day that he goes missing, Mexico and Israel are in transit. They are. And Jacob having a Saturn return and seeing these people there, seeing this with it. And let me just say, I don't know if this is Jacob's chart or not, but, and I'm not going to show Seth's chart because I do have his exact time. But when I look at Jacob's Saturn return day, and I stop the moon at the 542 because we are reflecting with faith. Because really, the way that I see it, Sebastian has went missing because of that. Because of the courts, their idea to hide him or to do whatever. And there's a darkness over the groups, over a video that could surface with Jacob. There's something that's going to come back around with Jacob. And I don't know why. But I'm going to try to figure it out. The 818 is where there's going to be communications with Eric Craddock. That 818 is him all day long. All day long. Hold on just a second. All right. Whatever is going on with the United States and Cuba is also going to be in transit that day. There's things that are going to be going on with the United States and Cuba that day and the day before. Katie's going to be angry. There's a lot of disordered aggression with Sebastian this day. I just feel like that this day is one that we really need to observe. We really need to watch. We really need to remember. The weight I see with Kansas, but 2950 is definitely Sebastian and his connection with California. The 2950 will be having a justice with it. There's a justice with Katie. Things that she's learning is there's some type of justice that's coming over her. A lot of disordered aggression. Chris is going to be pissed this day. And like I said, it could have something to do with something that's going to be organized. And this does, like I said, this does go to me, Jacob Carr in Canada. In Canada. A lot of disordered aggression here with relationships. So I don't know. I've got a lot of studying to do. I know that. And I don't have a whole lot of time to do it. So the next day is going to be a big day on the 22nd. I'll have to pull up, Melissa. Reigniting of a Flame. That's there's Terry Bowersox again. With what we're learning. I hope that there's some movement in this case. I really do. I really, really do. There's an intensity. That's what's happening. Look at that. There's an intensity with Sebastian. Let me look at that. Hold on. That's when we wake up Thursday morning. So yeah. Yep. Intensity about things that were hidden at home. And I think that there's going to be some type of video. There's going to be something that's going to surface. Look at that. There's a 303. We know that is Jacob Carr. Mercury is going to be at a 303, and then it's going to come to a 304. Jacob, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, how unusual for Chris to be mad. That's funny. That is too funny. This right here, this wisdom that Katie is going to have is going to piss her off. And this intensity with Sebastian is going to be expanded. So he has a vertex and intensity at an 1829 in Cancer. And when Jupiter comes upon it Thursday morning in the 6th house of health about two people and communications, y'all, it's going to expand a lot of intensity of things that are hidden at home or at the home by the home. And this is going to, I really truly think that this is going to be about Jacob. I don't know why, don't know how, and don't know if I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm right or not, but it would appear so. It would appear that something's happening. There's something that is happening. I'm not accusing Jacob of anything. I'm just saying that, when that Saturn return comes about, things are going down. Things are going down. You have no control over it. All you can do is be responsible and accountable, have healthy boundaries when Saturn is upon you. That's the best advice I can give. But there's definitely yeah. And I could take this and just show you everything that's going to be happening with Sebastian during this time. Wednesday night, the 21st, there's going to be an opposition with him. Golly. It's going to be an opposition with him. Could be somebody sees him, somebody videos him. I'm pretty sure this is Indiana. Wednesday evening. And that 337 keeps popping up. And that's something that I'll notice too, is that these different degrees will keep popping up. And then eventually these degrees are going to be made known to me as I work it out. That's the United States. That's the United States. Lots of energy there with relationships and partnerships. What in the hell am I seeing here? But we're going to be reflecting on Sebastian and a video or a group or something that is actually opposing him. But then it comes back full circle on the 22nd. So there's going to be things that are going to be going on in January that have to do with that Jacob dude. And I don't know why. I have no idea. Oh, Daniela, thank you for the Cash App, sweetheart. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honey. Me and you. I know that's you. I know that's you, me and you. Thank you so much, baby, for that Cash App. You don't know how much that means to me. It's so sweet. I just love y'all. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. Let me see if I've got some memberships here. I don't think I do, but there's a lot going on in the state of Tennessee over the next, I would say, 10 days with the U.S. Marshals. And the U.S. Marshals usually are really active in Memphis. Hey, Joni. Hey, honey. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out with me today. Y'all could be anywhere and you're here with me. Hi from the UK, Joanne. Hey, honey. We got somebody from the UK. Joanne, just looking all cute and sweet. Hey, Linda. Yes, givers be blessed. Be blessed. Be blessed, guys. Thank you so much. Are you in the bushes, Joanne? Have you been in the bushes? You say you love watching me? Have you been in the bushes hanging out? Are you in the bushes? You are so sweet. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. And here's my appreciation. Here is my appreciation for you guys. And there you go. Welcome to the Watchers. Welcome to the Watchers, guys. We have to give back. We have to give back. You want to receive, you have to give, right? Yes, welcome all new members. Thank you so much, Joanne. You sweetheart. I do work hard. I do work hard. You're welcome, honey. You're welcome. Yes, I want you to feel like you're a part of the gang. And if I could have gifted more, I would have. I would have gifted more. And when I get my free 10, you know I'm going to do it. As soon as I can get them, I'm going to do it. I can't wait to get them once a month. I think you get like 10 a month and you can give them away. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome. And I hope to see you. I've got to remind myself to put the sign in the car before I leave tomorrow, so I can hook up with you and give you the sign. I can't remember, Jeff. How many did you say we have? We got 5. So I'll have to do 4. I'll have to keep 1. But I could definitely do the yeah, I can definitely meet you, or you can come to me, NorCal, and we can get that situated and you can get you a sign. It is. I mean, we are different over here. We're definitely different. I try to teach as slow and as thorough as I can. I don't always do a good job, and you have to stop me if you have questions. But we like to watch, we like to observe, and then we like to come back after, I've claimed that something's going to happen and I say, mark it on your calendar. Then I like to come back and I go, okay, this is what happened. And so that brings us wisdom. And I think it's a beautiful thing. It's a lot different on the YouTube streets. You can go and you can get your laughter out. You can go and, to different channels and get some drama out or whatnot. But then you can come back here where we watch, where we observe, and where we can really understand things that are hidden. I'm not going to Arizona. Don't worry. I'm in Tennessee. So I'm in Tennessee and I'm going to be traveling to um, Mount Juliet, Nashville, Madison, Tennessee, and I'm hoping to meet with NorCal so she can get her a sign. She came out to the she met with Lady Freedom, and she came out to when Seth and I were at the courthouse. She was there. Really sweet woman, and she's doing a Sebastian. Well, you can say what you're doing. You can say what you're doing if you want to. If you want to come up, come on up. Anybody that wants to come on up. There's a I've opened up the chat. So you can come up here if you want to come up on panel. Yes, we are your tribe, girl. We are your tribe. I was hoping that one of those memberships would hit you. I was hoping that one of the memberships would hit you, Kylie. I got you though. I've got 10 more to give soon. But NorCal, if you want to take the link, if anybody wants to take the link and want to come up here and talk about Sebastian during the holidays, feel free. Mama Rissa. Okay, so NorCal says, hey, I'm decorating a tree in my yard for Sebastian. And I'm pretty sure you did it last year. You did it last year too, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Mama Marissa, you need to just come on up here. Do you like I was trying to do Seth? He won't come up here either. I can't get him to come up here. He's like, nope. I'm not bringing you in no drama. I'm not creating no drama. If I'm going to go live, I'm going to go live on my channel. Okay. But you never know. You never know. Mama Marissa, take the link. Take the link, girl. Somebody come up here and talk to me about Sebastian. We don't have to talk about astrology. I mean, I probably will talk about the astrology, but yes, I did the tree last year as well. Bigger and better this year. It's always good to see Mama Marissa. She just does something. She just does something to you. Makes you feel all warm and cozy. Yeah, we do. We need flyers everywhere. We really do. Anywhere and everywhere. We just need flyers everywhere. Because we just never know if your state, we just never know. How do you turn gifting on? Like for your channel? Like for your channel? Is that what you're talking about for your channel? It's the weirdest thing because I can't gift any memberships from StreamYard. I have to go to my actual channel while I'm doing live and gift it that way. It's weird. Oh, okay. Are you okay? Oh, are you okay? What's wrong? No, hold on just a second. Hold on. Oh no. Something happened though? Just tell me what it was. You found something mauled? But it wasn't the. But it wasn't a chicken? But something was out there today. Wow. We've got to get that trail cam up. Ah, shit. Okay, so we've been having an issue with our chickens. We've been having an issue that with a fox. We got a big fox that tried to get our oldest hen, and she's doing okay. She's still laying. I don't know if she has internal injuries. She's still doing okay. We brought her in, then the next day we put her back with the flock because she seemed like she was doing okay. She's still doing okay. But Jeff just said that because we've got like a penthouse for our chickens, okay? Jeff built a big old chicken coop, big old pen. And he said that there was something mauled right outside of the coop, torn to pieces, like some type of animal remains that was right there. He said our chickens are fine, but something was there. And we have a trail cam. We have a trail cam, so we've got to get that trail cam up and going again and see what's going on. Oh, okay. So y'all are still talking about been raining in West Virginia. Linda, you're in Tennessee too? Same. They are. Foxes are sly, honey. And, Jeff actually was off that day when he tried to get 2 or 3 of them. And Jeff went running out there, shooting it, yelling at it, and it ran off and it dropped our oldest one. So she's okay, but we knew it would come back. So I've had him up and I feel really guilty. Jeff got home early. He went out there, let them out, hung out with them. That way, they could be out because they're used to free ranging. Well, whatever it was that it mauled, dude, that's a trip. So I don't like it. I want that fox gone, and we're gonna have to hunt him. And we got to hunt him. That's all I know. We're gonna have a day where we just sit outside, we hunker down, and we hunt this mother because I'm not gonna have him getting my chickens. And I love them so much, Kylie. I love my girls. They are my babies. When your kids grow up and they get out of the house, you're trying to sign in. Dang it. Come on. I see Robin is here in the backstage, but your devices aren't connected, Robin. It says devices not connected. Yeah, you can have the foxtail because we're going to get him. And if Seth Rogers is in this chat, hanging out in the bushes, just know, boy, or man, just know that we are going to have to hunt him. Hunt him. We got to hunt him. That's the only thing that we're going to be. I mean, that's the only thing that I know to do. Because he's big. Like he's really big. Like he looks like a dog. Yeah, they are. I love them so much. I wonder if he's with Faith's mother in Mexico, girl. And does Faith's mom live in Mexico? Does Faith's mom live in Mexico? I know she lives in New Mexico. She lives in New Mexico. Robin, I added you to the stage. I don't know where you're at. Hold on. There you are. Hey, Robin.
Okay, now I just gotta figure out how to turn this camera off.
Hey, Mama Rista.
Hello, darling.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, so
Sorry,
Robin, that's okay. Robin, just click on the camera on the video, and it'll take your face off and put your avatar. It looks like a camcorder.
Uh-oh.
I guess she's trying it again.
Oh,
Just
okay.
hit the camcorder, Robin. How you doing, Mama Rissa?
I am doing great. I am sitting here trying to get my Christmas presents ready. And I didn't know you were on, or I'd have been on a long time ago, but thank you so much for inviting me up.
Well, of
I'm
course.
a little unprepared, but since you were begging, I thought I have
Yeah.
to.
Well, you haven't came on the panel yet, and I thought this
No,
would
I
be a
know.
good time. This would be a good time for us to talk about that sweet teenager who we all want to find so badly. And there is no way, girl, there is no way that I'm able to do any kind of Christmas wrapping because I haven't Christmas shopped yet. I'm one of them. I'm one of them that waits till the last minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had ordered some things, and my sisters are coming over, and some of my nieces for a little Christmas party. So I had gifts for everybody, and I just been sitting here trying to, listen to shows. I didn't even know you were on. I was listening to something else. It just happened to click on you, and I was like, "Dang, I missed her."
Yeah, Jeff said that he didn't get a notification.
I didn't either. I'm going to have to check. For some reason, sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. So,
Yeah, that's the name of the game on the YouTube streets, it seems like.
oh, I know.
I do. That's what I've been told is that I do need to get a dog, but I have a hard time leaving the chickens. Like, during the holidays, we were thinking about going and staying the night at one of our family members or something like that. But it's like, okay, we got the chickens. Who's going to let them out? Who's going to feed them? Who's going to put them back up? And it would be the same with the dog.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm just not, and I
You'd
have to get a
actually,
little dog. I don't
yeah,
want a big dog.
you'd probably have to have someone come and stay at your place if they're going to do all that.
Yeah, and I'm out here in the boonies, so nobody wants to come
Mhm.
here. Hey,
You're out there
Robin.
where the scary things happen.
Good to
So
see
I
y'all.
only have one question. Why isn't Sebastian's mom more active in his search?
Well,
And
that's
I
a good
don't-
question.
I really don't care who answers it. And I mean, I just got off the phone with my advocate because my daughter, I've been fighting 30 years for justice for my daughter, and she had told me that he's not going to get term of years. In fact, the appellate judges don't like him. And it has to go back in front of the sentencing judge that sentenced him to his second life term in prison. And then they'll decide what to do then. So I need to find out about what is Miller Factor 5, because I forgot what she told me. So after it goes to her, after it goes back to the sentencing judge, and it's going to go back to the appellate judges, which are all women. So my daughter was only 5. And
I'm trying to figure out. Here we go.
it hurts. It hurts every day. Every day I have to fight. When
I'm
I
so
see
sorry,
Summer-
Robin.
When I see Summer, that just kills me.
Yeah.
We're sorry, Robin. No one should have to go through that.
I've lost 2 children, one by a freak accident, and my daughter, it was brutal. It was so brutal she couldn't be recognized.
Mm.
And then his attorney wants to call him a child at the time. No, ma'am, you're wrong. 16-year-olds are not children.
No, they're teenagers.
They're capable of getting a driver's license and a freaking job. They're not children. Children look up to their teenage friends. Like, you know, my daughter wasn't his friend. She was his stepsister's friend. But anyways, Katie, you need to be out here looking for Sebastian. He's fixing to turn 17, and I'll never forget what your husband, Christopher Proudfoot, said about, oh, he'll be back when he turns 18. Mm-hmm.
What do you all think he meant by that? I mean, like, say for instance, they do have him. In my opinion, I think they know where he's at. And he comes back at 18. How do you explain that?
Hmm.
Because Sebastian would be able to tell that he's been gone, and what reason.
Unless they drugged him
Mm-hmm.
and he woke up under another type of circumstance. That's the only way that I can think if I play the tape through. That's the
Mhm.
only thing that I can think. What's the end game here if he were to just show up at 18 like Alicia Navarro did?
I mean, it's possible that when it happened, we've all said they didn't think it was going to get this big, in Chris's bond, it was, it's just Sebastian. That's, to me, that's the way I think, but I'm thinking for him.
Yeah.
But since it got so much publicity and turned into such a big, case and search, maybe their plans had to change, what they were really going to do and then what they're doing.
Doing
Because
these
in
things
my
hurt the dad. Yeah, I agree. I
in
mean, I
my
think
in my heart, I feel that it was premeditated. But was it premeditated this much? Was it thought through? What if a big search comes? What if, people do, you know, follow this case? What I just wonder how premeditated.
Well, Katie holds the key. In my
Yeah.
I agree. I can go back per the astrology. I could go back into November and December, and it would appear that there's things going on. And I do think that the root is the CPS, is faith, and the behavior of Sebastian. It was hard for them to handle. I think that there is so much that if Chris and Katie could just really talk to the public, help us understand why she doesn't advocate for
Mhm.
Sebastian. That's the biggest red flag to me is why wouldn't she advocate? Why would she not advocate? And the other thing that I want to say is, Robin, if you know your birth time, please send it to me and I'll look at your chart because a lot of times when we lose children, it'll show up in that fifth house of kids with Pluto. And Seth doesn't have the Pluto in the fifth house, but he does have Uranus, which is a shakeup with groups and investigations. So I'd be interested in that because I do study death astrology as well. Just putting that out there. If you know your birth time, send it to me and I'll look at it.
Let's see.
So Angela says that and there are many techniques used in trauma abuse, mind control type of stuff that with drugs mixed in, mentally challenged already, could be easy for them to put him in a new identity and control him. Maybe so. We lost Robin. I guess she's going to find that birth time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. She's sending it to me. Okay. What time? Because I think that for me, when I lost Josh and Skylar, when I lost them, um, I went on a journey and I had to go on this spiritual journey. I'm still on this spiritual journey, you know. I'm still healing from it. I've gotten a lot better. I don't have the PTSD trauma. I mean, I think I do, but I don't. Like I've gotten a lot better. But I had to know. I had to know why it was that there was a pattern of losing children. What is it? Was God mad at me? Is there some type of karma? You know, we go through all of these questions, especially with God, when we lose kids.
Well, we're
Yeah,
only human,
I
and you
did.
feel like if God gives you these children, what did I do for them to be taken away?
I don't
You know, we
question God.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
military
don't.
operation. Yeah. I mean, they are military, so military operation. I mean, he was going to CES. So evidently, when Chris says, okay, so this is one for me, guys. When Chris says, I had to talk Katie into it and get her on board. So when he says that he has to get her on board for Sebastian to go and live with Seth, why was Katie not on board? And is her being not on board because she wants to, because, you know, she's a Virgo. So she wants to try to fix, manage, control Sebastian's life, even though she wants him independent of her. Maybe she just didn't want him going there because of their past experiences or what have you, or, you know, some type of vindictiveness, animosity, what have you. And instead of going to live with Seth, she decided where he's going to go, and he's going to go here. I don't know. But like I said, the end game, what is that? What does that look like?
well, and Seth tells us that, he did not know what was going on in the home. Maybe, she felt if Sebastian went there to live, that he would eventually tell what was going on in the home. And, that would be trouble down the road. I don't know. I can't figure out why any mother would do this to a father. I just can't. It doesn't make any sense to me as, of course, this I'm a different person than Katie. Her thoughts are not my thoughts. And a lot of times, we like to speak for them, but what we have to do is take their words that we have heard, and as everyone has heard, um, they just um, they just don't advocate for their son the way normal, if that's such a word, normal parents of missing children act. So we have to suspect them. But in my opinion, if you are so angry and you feel so threatened by all of us, why not come out publicly? If you can speak on everything else that you speak on, why not just come out and say what you did that day, what Sebastian did that night, in full detail? not just, highlights, but come and tell us everything and band together with us and help us find this child. How could anyone not want their child back unless they were involved in them going missing? So, see, we're only, I'm not going to say accusing, but we're only thinking these things because of what they give us back in return. And that is, bits and pieces of stories. And I don't know if Chris, gets off on it that, he says, well, they told me not that I couldn't tell that part. I mean, to keep everybody in the dark, is that like I know that's a control thing. Um, but does he get his kicks from, not revealing everything? Is it a control thing, or are they hiding something? If I was innocent, I would do everything in my power to prove to people that I was innocent. I would never just sit back and, make these cries out, oh, y'all are going to be, you know, um, really sorry when the truth comes out. Well, tell us the truth. Tell us
Yeah,
everything.
tell
Why
us.
not? There's absolutely 100% no reason why this the mother and the stepfather cannot tell us in detail what happened unless they did something nefarious. Sebastian didn't make it home and they're making the story up. Tell us if you're innocent. That's all you got to do. Fill in the gaps.
Yeah, Witchy Mama says it's HIPAA. What do y'all think about that? When he said it's HIPAA, talked about HIPAA. That's, I think about that too. That would be having to do with a hospital, something having to do with the hospital with HIPAA, right?
Right.
Yeah.
See, and we're getting these little words that he says, such as to find Sebastian, go to church. So everybody says, oh, he's near a church. Or if everybody knew what Sebastian did, they wouldn't look for him. And everybody's like, oh my God, what'd he do? People are latching on to certain things, and it's like he's getting a kick out of it, not filling in the gaps. That's a narcissist, and that's nothing but control, in my opinion.
In my opinion too. Yep. NorCal says HIPAA bullshit. The CP is full of excuses. Yep. Full of them. They've got,
Well, we can see what type of person he is. We don't have to judge him. He has shown us what type of person he is. So in my opinion, when I say he's a narcissist, he's controlling, I'm not coming up with that, ideal on my own. He has showed me what he is.
I mean, point blank, period.
Exactly. And look at all the things that we know about from past wives and things, that when he gets mad now, how he'll pop up, Can you imagine what Sebastian went through if Sebastian made him mad like that? And don't tell me that coming up on YouTube channels is the first time he ever goes off. Please. He's got that mastered.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a while since I talked. So
No, I'm
once
so
I get
glad.
started,
No, please. I mean, please. That's why I told you. I mean, I
I
wanted you to
just have
take
to
that link.
I just have to speak my mind. I can't sit back and coddle anybody's feelings until this child is found. I'm not coddling anyone. And if I felt like that Seth had anything to do with it, I wouldn't, advocate for Seth either. But the thing is I have not seen where Seth has done anything that would make this child go missing. If people only knew in the background what all Seth does and what he goes through. See, people only see a little bit of Seth.
Right.
But just imagine when you see 5 minutes of him or, in the comments, or if, he does an hour show. This man has been living it for 18 months. When you lay your head down and go to sleep and you've got your mind on something else, he lays his head down and he has his mind on Sebastian. It's never stopped.
That's right. And I mean, that before he did his live, let's go ahead and let's get this out.
Yeah.
Before he did his live, we were on the phone with you, and Seth was
Mhm.
having a really hard time. This was the night before he went live, the last time.
It was devastating, honestly.
It was.
It broke my heart.
So, with that said, the next day, when people were critiquing him,
Uh,
what he should have done, what he shouldn't have done, it was just all jumbled up. It was this, it was that. When they were critiquing him, I felt a sense of like I wanted to protect, I wanted to what's the word I'm looking for? I didn't
I felt like
expect okay, so I didn't expect, and a lot of times our expectations is what gets us, because my expectations is my problem. A lot of
Mhm,
times when we expect somebody or other people to act a certain way and they don't, it's really on us because we are having that expectation, and I get that.
mhm.
Okay, so I
That's
wanna
on you,
make this
boo.
clear. But the next day, when people were talking about him and I see it, and they are supposed to be, I'm thinking, supporting Seth, but at the same time, they are critiquing him. I had to take a step back. But then, even after taking a step back, I went ahead and I said what I needed to say. And then I jumped out of the chat and I was done. Done. But it wasn't just me that felt that way. It was you too.
Mhm.
Because
Oh, yes.
you know what we had just went through the night before.
I
Oh, he
honestly
needs
don't think
therapy.
I've
He
ever.
needs this. He needs that. I mean, he needs a son. Okay. You want to talk
Yeah.
about what Seth Rogers needs? He needs a son. So that's that. And I'm going to just
I
stop
have
talking
never
about it.
I have never felt more protective of anybody than I did the night he went live, because I know what we went through the night before and how people were being so cruel and, like you say, critiquing everything he says. Oh, I was just so angry. I even couldn't even hardly hear what he was saying because I was, being very protective. It was like armed guards or something. But it was real the night before. It was raw. It was very unexpected. And I don't even, I don't even think Seth expected for everything to come out that did come out that night.
Well, you do give off a sense of safety. So, I think that it had been building up. So it had been building up, and I've been noticing this buildup. And it's, when we're grieving, we have all kinds of different emotions. We're
Mhm.
happy, we're sad, we're mad, we're angry. We're going through all those emotions. And Robin knows what happened to her kid, her children. I know what happened. Seth don't. And that's a part of the grieving process where you can never wake up from that nightmare because you don't know. And Kylie says, Jen, did you see that burial notice Lolly showed a while back? Sebastian's birthday different by a year, and Chris listed as bio father. Says Sebastian died in February 24th, burial at sea. I know about that. I don't know when she put that out, but I actually received a short that you did from that live this morning. It was sent to me. And that is, of course, Mama Marissa can attest, this is something that we saw a long time ago. So I don't know when Lolly put that in her live, but that was a long time ago. And that's been talked about a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that Find Me Grave?
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah. The Find a Grave site. Yeah. That's yeah, it was a long time ago, and it was disappointing to see that somebody would do that. It was also disappointing to not know. We still don't know if Sebastian actually uploaded a video to YouTube that one time when Sebastian Rogers, before he went missing. We still don't know if it was Sebastian. And it was an iPhone 14, if I remember correctly, that uploaded that video. Remember, you know what I'm talking about? Do y'all remember what I'm talking about?
It's like he's under a house or something.
I can't hear you, Robin. Just, I'll tell you what, Robin, mute your, turn your phone down when you're talking. Turn your phone, if you're watching the live on your phone, just turn it down. Well, I don't guess you can, because then we can't hear you. I don't know how that works.
I don't either.
Because I can't hear you, Robin. I can barely hear you. She says that's a new one to me. I hadn't heard of that one before. You haven't heard of which one? NorCal, you haven't heard of the cell phone upload or the Find a Grave site? Let us know. I think Sebastian is still alive. That doesn't mean he didn't get taken to Mexico. Death paperwork faked, new identity put out somewhere with someone. Has anyone checked if any insurance policy is on him? There's no insurance policy on him. I'm pretty sure that Seth said that he has some type of Gerber policy, but it's not much.
And he took it out right after Sebastian was born, and it doesn't equal a good amount. It's
nothing specific to me, Little Miss Sharon. What are you? Is it the Find a Grave, or is it that you haven't heard of, or is it the video that was uploaded?
She said I never heard of either of them.
Never heard of either. Oh, okay.
The video, it looked like he was under a porch and you could see a lady across the road doing something. It's been a while since I've seen the video, but it was uploaded by Sebastian way before he went missing, right?
Yeah. I'm looking for it. I'm going to look for it and see if I can.
I can't remember the date.
Yeah, it seems like it was in January, or it could have been. Yeah, it seems like it was in January, but I can't remember. Let me see if I can find it. YouTube channel. Yeah, I'll be looking for it as we discuss. Let's see.
But we have to watch what information that we take in, take everything with a grain of salt unless it comes with facts. That Find a Grave or whatever, someone, could have done that. Just look how people act when they come in chat saying ugly things. People get a thrill out of doing weird weird stuff, I don't know. I'm just not that type of person. I don't have that mentality. So it's hard for me just to imagine what's the purpose of these people, doing these things.
Right. Okay, so it looks like, let me see if I can find it. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I've got it. Let me go back into my history. And there we go. Okay. Let me share my screen. We'll look at this together since y'all have not seen this. So it looks like it was it's uploaded from an iPhone 14. This is on Sebastian Rogers' channel. There's one video that's uploaded. And like I said, it says iPhone 14, get 4 on us. Connect your devices to your new Wi-Fi network. I mean, y'all can, go back and look at this if you want to and dissect it. So this was posted, well, it says January 16th. But it looks like that this was something about January 14th, and then it was uploaded on the 16th. But anyway,
Of
it says
2024. Of 2024.
Yes, exactly. So this was a month before he went missing, a little over a month prior to him being missing. There's no volume or anything, so don't expect to hear anything. It's no volume. It's a very quick video. Hold on. Was it playing or not? Okay, here we go. So there's a woman. He's under something. Whoever is taking this video is under something. A rafter or something.
It almost looks like a porch, but then maybe a mobile home of some type. I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Like he's under there. Whoever this is, Sebastian Rogers, P6I or L, is underneath a porch. Looks like underneath a porch because you got the rafters here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So it looks like he's under a porch and he's looking at this woman, or under a deck. Jeff says it's under a deck. Okay. She's got a dog. 2 dogs. They're on a leash. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. And that is the only video that's on this channel. See, January 16th, 2024. 178 subscribers, 1 video. And the reason why it's had so many views, 6,000 views on just this one video, is because it's Sebastian's. That's what people are talking about. And so you can see all of the comments, and they're all about Sebastian, thinking that it could be him. I think I'm on here too. Thought I was. Well, I was.
To me, it doesn't look like his neighborhood. It could be, but
I commented on this. I was one of the first people to comment on it, and it's not there. It's not there.
Do you remember
it's not
who originally?
y'all. Hold up.
Do you remember who originally brought it out?
I don't. But I remember.
I
I think I was. I might have been the one. I was the first one of the first ones to comment on it. I don't see me. Y'all tell me if you see me, but I don't see me. I have commented and it's removed.
hmm.
I've definitely commented on this. I've definitely commented. But I don't see my comment. There I am. Okay. The roof overhang looks like the porch ceiling Seth was standing under yesterday on T-Rev's live.
Oh my gosh, that is exactly what I thought. But
Okay,
we
so
know where that was at.
yeah. So when T-Rev and Seth were on live early on, he was here at Jeff and I's house. And we have a cabin. And it does look like, what he was standing beside is kind of that color. It kind of is that color, but it's not that color. And
hmm.
you definitely can't sit under our deck and look at anybody because there's no neighbors. But yeah, somebody says the roof overhang looks like the female looks like Grandma Rogers. And I said, Seth was at my cabin over Sebastian's missing map. Seth is actually looking for what's lost, as he should. Not everything is a conspiracy. You are saying in this video, I'm not sure how to interpret your comment. I mean, how much do you not understand how to interpret that? I mean, I'm saying Seth doesn't know if this is his son's account and if he's waiting on law enforcement to confirm or deny. The video work T-Rev shows Seth is at the cabin, not where this video is. Different property altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so that is the comment. Okay, so that was probably the first comment. So this Alaska Bush Mom may have been one of the first ones to comment under it. I don't know. But we were the first to comment because people saw it and was like, oh, like I've got Sebastian hidden here or something. I mean, come on, man. I'm looking for him. So Sebastian Rogers' YouTube channel, that's that. And the Find a Grave with Sebastian Rogers, I don't think is let me see. I don't think it's still up, but yeah, that was a crazy one because that has been circulating since early on as well.
Just another distraction.
It's another distraction, guys. Everywhere you turn, there are distractions. And I truly believe that all these distractions are, of course, from people that know the game of distraction. Look over here. Don't look over here. Talk about this. Don't talk about that. Exactly, Angela. It shows intent to hide. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. He didn't tell Seth a lot of things that that rip Seth's heart out. And I hate to speak for him, but it's something that I know. I know that, yeah. I mean, and that's something that he was talking about with us the night before too, is that the things that he didn't know that Sebastian didn't come to him and talk to him about. And that hurts him so bad. Hurts him so bad. Yeah, I think it is gone because anytime that they've put it up, it's gone. But that's something that, again, it's heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching to think that people would go to the trouble of creating an account on Find a Grave and put all that in there, saying that he's deceased, saying that he's here, saying that, it's so sad that people don't have anything better to do than distract us from finding him. That's been happening since day one, though.
Oh, absolutely. And if you write down all the distractions, where are they coming from? Where do they point to?
Exactly. I mean, the law enforcement should know. They should know. They should be on it like sink on shit. They should know.
Somehow I just think that they know way more than we think, and they just let everybody go. But, we want him found today. Uh, but we have to have patience. But the more we have patience, what is he going through in that length of time? But I do believe Sebastian is alive.
Well, I'm definitely looking for him deceased and alive, and I hope that everything that I don't think that the way that Katie and Chris act, that he is deceased. The way that they act to me is they know that he's alive, and this is like a game to them because they're not looking. And I think that they're not looking because they know where he's at. There's not a whole bunch of alligator tears coming down, scared that he's, hurt, that he's starving, that he's missing her, missing his family. She doesn't have all these tears just rolling down like you would expect a mother to have.
And I'm sorry, I always said, when I was on Voices of Truth, if I ever say anything wrong, I am not above coming back and saying, you know what, I was wrong. I'm just that person that I do not have to be right. But I just feel like, oh Lord, I I feel like it just got way more than they thought. And Chris to me has never showed any emotion. And when I heard him saying on a YouTube channel, uh, life goes on. Well, yes, life does go on. We can't stop life. But that doesn't mean that you're out doing everything that you used to do, or even more now that Sebastian's gone missing, vacations and these little getaways and leaving the home. And to me, just like her putting that, the blanket and the yoo-hoo out on the porch. Everybody just was, oh, poor Katie, poor Katie. Really? Well, if he knew how to get in the house, he knows the code. Why put the blanket and the yoo-hoo outside? Because if you put the blanket and the yoo-hoo in the kitchen on the counter for him, nobody sees that. But you get attention if you put it out on the porch.
Yeah, I thought that that was really odd because he does know the code. And you mean it's okay? Sebastian's not a dog. He's not a cat
Exactly.
to leave food outside for while you go and play house with Chris Proudfoot and his daughter. I
To
don't like
accompany
it.
me on, to
I just don't
accompany
like
him to work. No, the answer was to accompany my husband back to work. Really?
Yeah.
Who accompanies their husband back to work when your 16-year-old child is 15 at the time, was missing? Okay, that tells you about her. We've not heard her a lot. We've heard Chris. He's shown his true colors. Well, with Katie, just the little things like that, she's showing her true colors. I'm not judging her. She's showing us who she is. And in my opinion, I see Seth showing us who he is. He is a grieving father that is not giving up. And like you said, when people was coming on and critiquing him, and well, when have you searched, or when's the last time you searched? No one knows what he's doing, and everybody could say, well, no one knows what Chris and Kay's doing either. Exactly, no one knows, because no one can speak up and say, oh yes, they're looking, except their little posse.
Well, Janie, I mean, we all have theories. We do. We all have theories. And can you imagine Seth having to read this comment day in and day out? Can you imagine being a parent that has to read this comment day in and day out? It gets overwhelming. It's exhausting. And I'm not picking on you at all, Janie. I'm just saying that the theories run rampant, okay? But they don't act like after 15 years of being his mother, she doesn't act like he's deceased to me. She acts like she knows where he's at, but she doesn't act like he's deceased.
No,
At all.
not what we as concerned human beings are looking at. I mean, people think we're judging them by what we would do. Well, sometimes I do, because what I would do is totally, to the other end of the of what they're doing.
Right. They're just not, you don't look for something that they know where he's at, but they're not. So I always think about Quentin Simon. His mother absolutely knew that he was deceased. And she had alligator tears. I mean, it was bad. She was bawling her eyes out. We don't see that with Katie at all. At all. Cat lady, it's the time of birth. So you've given me your birthday, but the time that you were born, the birth time, that's the name of the game right there.
And I finally got mine, so we're going to be having a little powwow.
Thank you, me and you, for being such a great mod and taking the trash out. Thank you so much. I put that up and I didn't even know it. Yeah, thank you so much. I think that she cares. She cares enough to not send him to sex. She cares enough to not send him to sex. It was all in her, according to Chris, the ball was in her court to send him to sex. The ball was in her court. She is the last to see her son. Where did he go? Does she have family in Kentucky? They've got family and friends and associates all over. All over. I mean, yeah. I mean, they can pull out some fake tears, but we just don't see that. We're just not seeing that. Yeah, they have. They have, Janie, but I'm just saying, I mean, I don't think that that's the case here. That's my opinion. Everybody has their opinion, right? And your opinion is like so many others. But there's nothing to show us any evidence of that. There is evidence to suggest that she does care about Sebastian. And there's evidence to suggest that she does not want to speak without Chris to keep the storyline. Because you see, the storyline changes. Everything changes once they get home. Would you agree, Mama Marissa?
Oh, definitely. 100%. It's like they can tell in detail, what time he went to the bathroom that day. But suddenly they don't tell us that he brushed his teeth, he took his medicine, exactly what he was playing, doing, fill in those gaps for us, debunk us.
Right. I mean,
Per-
all these
I
theories.
said,
Go ahead, Mama Marissa.
I'll be in there with it. I mean, I'll help them look. If they've got theories of things that could happen, I'll research and try to go down that lane. But you've got to fill in some of these gaps that you're leaving wide open for people to come in and go, wait a minute, what happened right here? And if I was trying to prove my innocence, I'd be willing to fill in them gaps.
When we heard Chris and Katie talking to Heather Cohen, Katie brought up Seth's name a couple of times. And the way that she talked when she brought up Seth's name was malicious.
Yeah.
Malicious. And so I don't know that she
There's that
cares so much
veins
about
come out.
Sebastian. Maybe she doesn't care that much about Sebastian. I think that she does, but I think that she has a lot of hatred towards Seth to an unbelievable depth. I'm not even going to speak for Seth on this. I just want to say that if you can't stand your baby daddy so much that you love to see him homeless, you're a vindictive biatch. And that's what I have to say about that. I think she's vindictive. I think she's malicious. I think people give her way too much credit into thinking that she cannot stand Seth that much. She sent Sebastian away, not to his grave, somewhere else. And we all have our own opinions. This is not me trying to coddle Seth or coddle y'all. It's because that's what I truly believe. And I'm going to believe it until I know otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And she could have been, Laura, she could have been medicated. She definitely could have been. Yeah. I think that she is also jealous of the relationship that they have. Yep. Mm-hmm. And I think that Chris was whining and crying so much about CPS, about his daughter, and all of that. They decided where to send Sebastian because they had been talking about sending Sebastian somewhere. And they were all not in an agreement because some of the places that they wanted to send Sebastian, Seth said no. They needed his consent, right? They needed his consent.
Which means that would put Seth in control. So
Yes.
who likes the control? Chris.
Ding, 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 girl. Yes. Yes. Now we're really getting to the root of matter here. Yeah.
Control, control, control.
And that's his mama too. The fruit
That's
don't
right.
fall far. And she is just going along with it because she's got a free ride. She really doesn't have to work. I mean, she can they're going here, going there, going to this one, going that one. I mean, she's in the money, honey. Exactly where she's been wanting to be her whole life.
Yep. And you're just, she, maybe in her mind, she lived such a trauma and went through such hard times. She's like, oh no, I'm not going to let nothing mess this up, not even my child.
Right. Right.
Because, she could be detached from, feelings that we have. She went through so much. I'm not going to say that Katie didn't go through, trauma, but I went through trauma when I was a child too, and my child's not missing. I mean, I've none of my family members are missing. It's all in when you grow up how you handle those feelings. And I know everyone's trauma's different, but
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah,
whether you have something small that happened to you or something big, if you're traumatized, you're traumatized. But, you know, life is hard. And maybe she thought, hey, I'd have to give up the house, the money, the cars, the vacations, or I can send him away.
exactly. And I think that that's what they were planning on doing anyway, and that's what happened. Unless there was something that gave it a hiccup, and I'm looking for that hiccup. I just I keep trying to prove something else, but what your mama says, please, she was in the military, martial arts. She isn't browbeaten and silently afraid. Agreed? Silent, maybe, but not afraid. Exactly. Exactly. We're talking about a redheaded woman that's got,
Mhm.
yeah, we are not talking about some little abused, don't want to say anything, just sweet, no, no, that is not Katie. That is not Katie. She can hold her own. She has held her own. And like you said, was in the military and the martial arts. Exactly. Exactly.
Well,
And
listen to her and her attitude in the conversations that she thought the public would never hear. Her demeanor changed, her whole way of, talking about Sebastian changed when she thought she wasn't, you know, it wasn't going to be for public. I've heard many conversations, and let me tell you, Miss Katie, she is not meek and mild. Mm, I wish people would quit taking up for Katie. I know she went through trauma, but stop taking up for Katie. I've heard her in phone calls with people, and she is not this little, oh my gosh, my son is missing woman. By no means. All they care about is defending themselves. That's all they care about. In any phone call I've heard, that's all they care about is defending themselves.
agree. Janie, look, Chris he can boss all kind of people around, I'm sure, but I don't think he can boss Katie around. Because when he said that he was trying to get her on board to go and live with Seth, that's exactly what he's saying. And I
Mhm.
don't think he was lying there. I think Katie can definitely hold her own. I think that she can definitely hold her own, and she has the training to do it. Period.
And I don't change my way of talking just because I'm on this show, or when I hang up, I will talk to, if someone's in the room, I will talk to them the same way. We have seen Katie, you know, the country bumpkin, and then the Miss Proper, and then she changes with whatever, to go with the flow, I guess you say. Whatever show she's on, whatever she's talking about at the time, she changes. I'm just me. I'm from Tennessee, and if people don't like my accent, I'm sorry. You know, I'm not going to sit here and practice being a northerner if I'm a southerner, just so I can
Right.
go on, just so I can go on a show and everybody's like, "Oh, listen at Mama Risa." I don't care. You know, if I come off with a Southern word and you all don't understand it, let me know. We do have a language down here, but there's, people all over the world have different ways of talking. But Katie, we have seen her flip flop back and forth.
We really have. And it's telling,
So,
Jo-
well, when you
Joni
can do
says, "What
that,
about Sebastian's teacher?" She said Katie was very nasty at the school. So, Joni, tell me where you heard that, because I don't know that I've heard that she was nasty at school. I think that there was that parent teacher conference. I think that there was a lot of friction there. I could be wrong. I wasn't there. I hate to speak for Seth, Katie, and Chris and Sebastian and the teachers, but there was a rumor that there was friction and that Chris walked out of the parent teacher conference because he can't handle his emotions.
and he
He
must have lost control.
Yeah, he can't control them. Katie seems to try to do the best that she can do, but yeah, it's very disassociating. Angela, I agree, girl. It's a disassociating. And he is explosive, Jeff. He's explosive. We've seen that. We've heard it. I mean, he can talk as calm and as nice, you know, but he doesn't control his emotions well. And I think that that's the reason why he had to go to those classes. Remember, he had to go to those classes where he had to take behavior classes in order to see Faith again.
And see how telling is that? That right there tells us way beyond our thinking. He has done something in the past that he has had to take those classes. So this is not new for him. Stories we've heard from the exes, they are, we don't know for sure. We don't know for fact. But when we hear these stories and they all add up to how he is acting now, that's all we can go on. But this is not new to him for him to act like
Right.
this.
And exactly, Kylie. I mean, who has a missing stepson and everybody is watching you? Everybody is watching you. They're listening to you. And you are going to be the spokesman for the memberships that are brought in on J for Justice, Cooterville. I will never get over that. I
That
will
is
literally
totally
never get over that. And if y'all don't understand what I'm talking about, just know that Chris Proudfoot is the voice behind the memberships. So if you go and you're watching Jay on her Cooter channel, I hate to even say it, and you become a member, the voice that you hear is Chris Proudfoot talking about closing your legs. It's the grossest. It's just disgusting, man.
it.
It's not funny. It's not cute. It would be funny and cute if you didn't have a missing stepson and everybody looking at you in the public eye. But talk about some common behavior. It's just I've never seen anything. Yeah, he took nothing away from that class. He didn't. He didn't. He is. He's just Jack nasty. Vagina foot.
Oh my gosh.
This is disgusting, y'all. It's disgusting. I mean, it would be funny if he didn't have a missing stepson, but he does. Everybody's watching him. And you mean to tell me that you think it's funny and cute to dress up like Seth? Oh, hell no. No. See, he has no boundaries. He has no boundaries. He's a man baby. He's a man baby.
But yet he wonders why people are coming at him.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
That's
you,
why.
you kind of set the stage for us to do that.
He not only set the stage, But I mean, he he's the main character and wants all the attention. Everybody look at me, look at me, look at me. Don't look at Sebastian. Don't look at just look at me. Just listen to me. How many times have they said his name? I mean, seriously. Held his picture up. How many events have they had? Y'all, this is telling me, and if I'm wrong, like my Marissa said, if we're wrong, we'll come back and we'll say we're wrong. We have no problem admitting when we're wrong. I'm not so prideful that I won't say that I'm wrong. I can promise you
No
that.
way.
Yeah, I'm all about saying I'm wrong. I mean, I'm trying to be wrong. But I truly in the very beginning, I was looking for Sebastian to be deceased. But now I'm looking for him to be alive because I'm not seeing the behavior that would typically come from a mother that has a deceased child. And that's my opinion. That's just my opinion.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Orb Attraction. Thank you. Yeah, this is the Watcher's Girl. We're watching it all. We're trying not to fix, manage, control the narrative. We're just trying to let it flow. And as it flows, we watch, we gain wisdom. They are both missing in action, even when they go in front of the news or creators. There is something that is missing here. And it's their presence to find him because they know where he's at. In my area of Kentucky, we have residential homes and farms for children with autism. I'm going to be checking them out and I'm going to use my granddaughter as a place that I'm looking for next week. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, yes,
Exactly.
yes, yes. Put flyers out. Oh my gosh. Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I love to hear that. You pulled some cards and energy. I feel he's still with us too. Yeah. Angela pulls cards. I love it. I love it. I love it. We all divine we all divine in different ways, don't we? Check out White Horse Ranch in is that Minnesota? Missing kids show up there. I'm sure there are camps in every state. Yeah. I'm sure that there are. There are. We've looked at them. I've got them on the maps. It's crazy. Face pictures because he could be he could be under a different name. He definitely could be. He could have a whole different look. And I mean, it's been what, almost 2 years. So of course he's gonna look different. Yeah. He'll have a whole new look. Yes,
You
thank
know,
you,
sometimes
everyone.
sometimes when you're, reading about Sebastian's case or, watching lives or, having any kind of knowledge about his case, I don't know if you all feel it, but I feel like I'm watching a mini series. It's like this can't be real. Somebody had to write this because there's so many pieces of it that are like so many shows that I have watched. Even since Sebastian's been gone, I'll sit and look at it and go, "Oh my gosh, that's what's happening in Sebastian's case." And it's almost like somebody has wrote this, like it's a TV show or something. But see, it's not. It's real. And Seth is living it every day. I know how bad my heart hurts. I know it can't be a drop in a bucket to what Seth feels.
I just can't imagine because
It's a movie I never want to see again. I
yeah,
can tell you
yeah,
that.
it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare that he just can't wake up from. And
Exactly.
I know what happened to mine. People that have lost children, they know what has happened. And when Chris said, when he was, that video, that audio that was put out with Heather, and when he said, until you have lost a child, You don't know. And as a step parent of losing 2 stepchildren, I still don't know what it's like for, say, my ex-husband, because that was his son, my ex-boyfriend, that was his daughter. They, that we were very close. They were like my own. I took them in as my own. Well, Skylar lived with us, but I still don't truly know. And it affected me so bad, created so much trauma. I have 2 biological children. What I'm saying is that Chris doesn't know because Faith is not missing. He knows where she's at. He knows what she's eating. He knows that she is warm, right?
And they've never missed a visitation. I mean, because they're being granted, you know, she comes and like she always did, he's not missing out on anything. The only thing Chris has been able to do is to roam freely for the 18 months now. I just wonder how long before, he's not roaming so freely. I hope it becomes real to him then.
Me too, Mama Marissa. Me too. Angela says it's recorded in the stars. It is. I mean, I show this channel that every day, every single day. I'm showing it. The proof is in the pudding. I can't make it up. God is the creator. Whatever you call God, that creator is magnificent in giving us signs. We're never alone. We know this because of the beauty of as above, so below, as within, so without. Everything that we need to know, we can know. But it's all in a way it's physics, the spooky action at a distance that Einstein calls it. It's physics, but it's also mystical because we don't truly know the plan. We can analyze, we can speculate, we can theorize the plan of the birth chart. But at the end of the day, we're not the creator. We don't know. We truly don't know. We can try to know. And that's what I do in mapping the missing, because the geometric angles of the missing event and the geometric angles of that birth time, once it's placed and it's squared up to the Earth's terrain, there is something magical that happens. And I'm seeing it every day. I can't explain it. I'm trying to understand it myself, but it works. But the maps that I create for the missing can only work when they're worked. If I'm the only one working it, it's very hard. And I wouldn't say, I mean, it sounds so sweet, Angela, that gifted. I don't know that it's a gift. I think that it's my pain has been transmuted into something greater than myself. The pain that I've had, maybe it's fate. Maybe it's really not a gift. Maybe it's just a fated energy. I don't know. I have a hard time with the gift part, but that could just be me, the gift.
But what a beautiful thing you have done with your trauma
Thank you.
is to be out, using your gifts and your talents. I told you we all have different talents. And we see what yours is every day. Every day that you're on, we see your talent. And, God says if you don't use your talent, I'll take it away. and you turned your trauma into this, you probably always had the talent, but you didn't have anything enough that made you go looking for your talent.
Yeah. God is so much bigger and so much more than what we have read, what we have been taught. And I'm going to cry thinking about it because the religious side of me could have never experienced the beauty that I experience day in and day out when I'm reading. Because as we read, like I'm reading this love that you can be a Christian and open one's heart and mind to new ideas. This, I'm reading it because I understand English. I know how to read English words. And as an astrologer, I have come to read behavior with glyphs, and it has transmuted that pain into something so much greater than myself. It is where I feel like I'm really connecting to the Godhead, to the utmost spiritual side of me that I could ever come to know. And it's such a beautiful thing. And when people come to me and they preach the word, because that's spelling, it's a spell that they're trying to put over me. And when they preach that to me, I know better. I know that they are coming from a place of ignorance. They just don't understand my journey. And I don't understand Sebastian's journey. I don't understand all these missing kids' journeys, but I can kind of get a glimpse when I look at their charts, and we all do God's work. Even when we think we're not, we are. We truly are. And when we come together like we are tonight for something, for a greater cause than us, and it takes away that ego, you know,
Mhm,
when it takes away that ego and we're giving our time, when we're giving our energy, when we're giving back and
mhm.
we're coming together with this great cause, man, great things happen. It just does. It's like a whole portal will open up.
Well, Jen, when you know who you are and who you represent and what you are as a person, and you will come on, and if you're genuine, you will just do what God leads you to do. Whether it's me coming on and just, giving some words, or you coming on and doing the astrology, that God sees everybody the same. Okay. And I have heard someone told me that she bragged on herself. Well, if I know who I am and I know who I'm representing, I'm going to brag on myself. I don't need validation from anyone because I have mine from the main person. I have, God is my validation. When I do good and He blesses me, and I know that He is happy with what I have done, yes, I'm going to brag about it. But see, society thinks, oh, she's tooting her own horn. No, I just don't need your validation. Does that make sense? I don't want anyone to think that I am saying, oh, she's great, but I know who I am and who I live for and what I live for.
That's
Do I
right.
have do I
Amen.
have down days? Of course. Do
Yeah,
you
we all
probably
do.
doubt what do you probably doubt what you're doing? There's probably days that you're probably thinking, am I doing this right? Do I understand this? But suddenly God will swoop in, give you, another thought, and you go find something else. That is your validation. God's showing you that.
I know. Every day. Every day. I'm being shown that. And it's such a oh gosh, man, I had such a crazy experience when I came into the face of who I would call or who you would call Jesus Christ.
Right.
I came to know him as my higher self. But Jane says, grew up Church of Christ, graduated from Lipscomb and Trevecca. Never did fit in because I've always seen past the veil, not literally, but especially after studying near-death experiences. You know, Jane, look, I went to Ezel Harding, Church of Christ, and I was asked, they sent a letter to my mom. I was only there for a year. And they sent a letter to I was 14. They sent a letter to my mom and asked for me not to return because I spent a lot of time outside in the hallway, outside of my Bible teacher, who was also the coach, Coach McPherson. I'll never forget him. He'll probably never forget me. I have so many questions that he would be so frustrated with me that I would be sent out to the hall. And, you know, I think that I understand what you're saying because you're seeing past the veil. You're not understanding things. They're not making sense. And if something doesn't make sense to me, I can't move on. Hold on. And I may sound bitchy when I'm saying it to people. They may take me the wrong way. Jeff will tell you. People may take me the wrong way, but I'm like, no, I can't get past this because that doesn't make sense. Once something will make sense, then I can move on. But there was a lot of things in the Bible that was contradicting itself. But it also, what it did is it also showed me such a beautiful way to connect with God through my questions. Because anytime I realized, especially as I got older, that there was patterns that would show up in my life. The questions that I'm going to ask, what you are seeking also seeks you, meaning
Exactly.
all of the questions that I have. And when I'm reading a chart to you guys, I may say, oh, I just got a text saying prayers for Jeff. Yep, prayers for Jeff. I'm just saying,
Was
like,
that
I'm not
Seth?
trying to get too, sappy here, guys, but I'm just saying that, when I tell people and I'm looking at a chart and I'm saying, okay, it's going to come to me because what I'm seeking, I already know it's going to come to me. It's going to reveal itself to me. The revelation, the revelation of the Bible, guys, is always going to be revealed. You are constantly getting revelations. And because what you're seeking is also seeking you. The answers that you want from God are ready available and they're going to come to you. Ask and receive.
Seek and you shall find, and knock and it shall be open unto you.
That's right. That's right. So, I mean, glad you
that
could
is
come to church today.
well, and some people says, "Oh Lord, that's a religious channel. That's well, religion ain't got anything to do what we're talking about. We're talking about we know a higher power. It's not called Baptist. It's not called Catholic. It's not. This is a relationship with a higher power that you feel so strong inside that it guides your life in paths as you go. And it all depends if you choose, a bad way to go or the good way.
Right. And Jane, I think that the Bible is like that. And we can look no further than Francis Bacon, because Francis Bacon is, I think, the mastermind behind the King James Bible. He is the mastermind. And there is no, I should do a whole video on him. Of course, nobody's going to be interested. Most people don't even know who he is, but some would say that he's the half brother of King James. Some would say not, but that remains to be seen. I think he is, but he is the mastermind. And that's the reason why the Bible is absolutely, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. There's a lot of things that I can take from the Bible. There's a lot of things that I can leave behind because some things were meant to control and some things were meant to liberate. You know, that's life. I mean, it's duality here, but I think Sebastian, if and when he is brought back home and he comes back home, I think that we are going to be able to see the glory and all of its manifestation when he comes back. And in a way that, because this has been the biggest map that I've created that I probably ever will create. I probably will never create another map like Sebastian's, knock on wood. I'm just saying, I don't think that I ever will. And it's because of that beautiful smile that he has, those eyes, those piercing eyes that he has that doesn't meet a stranger. And I think that all of the pain that I have, that we have endured, that we have transmuted, I think is big for Sebastian, for all of us to be constantly talking about him, keeping him in the public eye, spreading his name, spreading his face, spreading his flyers. It takes us all because there's no I in team, you know? And that I feel like that at the end of the day, that's what being a part of that Godhead is all about.
And I have that within me that I want to meet that beautiful smile so bad. And even if he's not smiling when I see him, I just want to meet him. I desire to. I pray one day when he comes home that would be one thing I would get to do. It's not a want. It's not to say, oh, I'm expect. It's a desire because I feel like just seeing him face to face and that smile would just bring so much to my life. Knowing that you've advocated for someone for 18 months and then all of a sudden he pops up. That's just my heart's desire.
When Alicia Navarro popped up, I wasn't invested in her case like Sebastian's, but I had mapped her. I had been following her case. I had been putting out videos. She was evidently, she had evidently ran away. There was obvious signs that she had run away because she was short and she had to get over the fence. And so there was, it was obvious signs that she had run away. People were saying that she had been, trafficked. She was this, she was that. All kinds of psychics and mediums were coming out of the woodwork saying all kinds of bad things that had happened to her. Years goes by. She turns 18. She goes to the Social Security office and says, hey, I'm not missing. Shocks. Shockwaves everywhere, all across the world, because she had been missing for years. And we just never know. We just never know. I mean, it was obvious that she had run away. It's not obvious that Sebastian ran away. Sebastian didn't run away. He was taken. That's my
And
opinion. That's my
there's not
opinion.
1 ounce. There's not 1 ounce of fact or evidence that boy left on his own. None. 0.
None. And I do too. I mean, I think that what we all do, we wonder about the Disney vacay. I doubt it was before he went missing, but we don't know. Either way, you got a whole missing kid and you're playing house and taking you're going to Disney. Y'all, I just I can't understand that. I can't. I watched a man grieve his son, his oldest son. I still watch him grieve that oldest son. I can't imagine if one of the kids go missing and we're going to Disney World, Disneyland. I can't imagine it. I can't. I don't get it. The behavior is very suspect. But again, I'm going to say that behavior isn't showing me that there is a sign that he is deceased. I hope that I'm right. I hope that I'm right. They went to, they went on vacation this year. So I doubt it was booked last year. I doubt it. I doubt it would be booked last year before he went missing, but who knows? Who knows? Exactly. I mean, how can you have a good time playing house with another kid? No, no, Chris, you don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like. Okay. You definitely don't know what it's like to have a missing kid, to have to have lost a child. You have no idea. Absolutely none. Or yeah, you don't look for something that's not lost. They're not looking because he ain't lost to them. They know exactly where he's at. That's my opinion. I'm standing on it until Sebastian comes home and tells us what happened. Yeah, my son's missing. Let's go on vacation, guys. It's okay. Let's go have fun. Let's go have fun. I feel guilty when I'm around Seth and I'm laughing and I'll catch myself and be like, damn. And he'll give me that look like, yep, yep. How you doing, Seth? How do you think he's doing? How are you? It's just, it's just so different when you're, and like I said, I mean, I haven't talked to Chris and Katie, so I can't say that they're not grieving behind closed doors. All I can say is what they show the public, and it's very suspect. Right. It doesn't reflect grief. Like, they just don't care. I think that they don't care about us. They don't care how the public is feeling. They think it's all a joke. That's the way Chris acts like it's just a joke. Like he's getting over on us. I think so. He said, okay, get this. Chris said that it would be a misdemeanor for a parent child abduction. It would be a misdemeanor, just like a slap on the wrist, just a little slap on the hand. Didn't get no trouble. They didn't. I agree, Mama Marissa, what you said. 100. They didn't, and they even said this themselves. They had no idea that Sebastian's missing event would blow up and be as big as it's gotten.
Mhm. I've said that from the very beginning, and nothing has ever happened that changed my opinion.
It makes my stomach turn too. I don't understand it. But I mean, we are, we're those mother bears, mama bears, you know? Yeah, I mean, I agree, Jeff. It's got to be criminal. At this point, it's got to be criminal. Right?
Well, you think he's been
All the
looking it up
resources,
or something?
huh?
You think he's been looking it up to see what he would get charged with?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. He's looked up the HIPAA. He's looked at all of it. Yeah. He's talked about it all.
See, if
Yeah,
I
if,
was innocent,
yeah.
I would not even thought to go and look to see what it's possible I would get if I was innocent.
Right. I mean, it's pretty telling. If Seth had anything to do with Sebastian going missing, he wouldn't be out in front of the sheriff's office exactly. I mean, it's night and
What
day. It's night and day
exactly.
behavior there. Yeah, night and day. Night and day. Yeah, I just anybody that says that Seth would have anything to do with it has no. They're not living in the real world here. They're on
Well,
something,
okay.
or
We
they
have
just
a
don't.
father. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was
We
done.
have it. Okay. We have a father standing outside. Now, just think of this. The ones that weren't there, Jennifer was there. He's standing outside of the police department, needing answers. And you would think that maybe Chris and Katie would come on and say, have something to say about that. Well, Chris does. He comes on and dresses up like Seth being a sheriff. He's making fun. Who makes fun of a father standing outside of the police? How how much strength did it take him to stand outside of that police department doing what he did? And then Chris comes on and makes fun of him in the manner in which he did it. I mean, come on, guys. Seriously. Who does that?
Yeah, I don't. It's suspect. Jane says, HIPAA, sorry, I used to do social work at Centerstone. CP displays his smooth brain as he explains HIPAA exactly. he's he's a goof, man. He's a goof. When it's all said and done, Chris Proudfoot, when it's all said and done, we're gonna see who is making fun of who. Okay? When it's all said and done, we're gonna see who's making fun of who. When Seth wore his hat and his suit to court, it was respect because
Exactly.
Seth Rogers respects the court. He respects, not Chris. You see Chris in court, he's joking, he's laughing, he's in the aisles, he's being reprimanded by the judge. There's no respect. Okay? There's no respect. And if he is showing the court no respect, I just can't imagine the respect that he was not showing Sebastian. All the while, Chris is being enabled because Katie has shown Chris how to treat her son. Okay. So when everybody is down on Chris, I want to bring it back. I want to bring it back to his mother because she is the root of his umbilical cord. Okay. She is where Sebastian was birthed. She has been with him. Okay, now let's hold on. I can't say she's been with him because Seth was a father. He spent a lot of time with Sebastian when Katie was never around, when she was stationed, when she was in the military. And Seth was the mom and the dad. So,
And people make fun of Seth for Katie going off and earning a living, but Seth staying home. Society has made it that if the man is not working and the woman is, that's a bad thing. But he was home taking care of their son. He could have went out and got a job, but what? Put the kid in daycare? If they
right.
were doing okay with her income, why not stay home with him? It's a big job to take care of a child 24/7.
Especially one that's got 6q27 chromosomal deletion. I mean, he was
Exactly.
he was a baby and he was having, I don't know how many seizures he had. It could have just been one that confirmed that he had the brain disorder, that syndrome. And that's another thing that when she says that there was a thud, okay, that thud, knowing what I know about Sebastian, that would have concerned me enough to pop up and look at him and make sure that he's okay. Because you just never know his behavior. When we say that he has autism, that Asperger's would have come from that disorder. Okay. So I think, that's what I've read. It's so rare. There's less than 100 people in the whole entire world. And my mom said, "Hey, Jen, I think that Katie has him in a place where they are studying this is a rare disorder. So why wouldn't people want to investigate and learn and, use him for a study?" That's possible too, That's possible too. That's another theory that my mom has come up with. My mom doesn't think that Sebastian is deceased. My mom thinks that she has done this because he has a rare disorder, less than 100 people, and that she has connections in the military that may want to study him as a study. I don't know. But I mean, everybody has their own theories. It's just that when we
Well,
put the
people
theories
say,
out
well,
in the public eye, we got to be careful because the parents are watching this. They're
mhm.
watching, they're looking, and we got to be mindful of that and have some respect, I think.
Well, too, people say, well, if it costs so much to stay in these places, where would they have put him and how would they been able to afford it? Maybe that theory you just said, you know, they're not paying. They're getting paid. You know what I'm saying? To use
Yeah,
him
I understand
as a
exactly what you're
study.
saying. Yeah, I mean,
That's a theory. We don't know what we don't know. I hate to say that like Craddock, but we don't.
we don't. We don't know if he had shoes or not. We know that his shoes were accounted for. Did he have other shoes that were bought with cash that day? We don't know. Or that were brought to him? We don't know. And, it may not have been a thud. That could have been a whole ass lie. That could have been a lie. I mean, because that came after the fact. The thud came after. Like that was like a week later than we were starting to hear about a thud, or 2 weeks later. I don't remember how long it was. Maybe my Marissa, maybe
Well, I mean, and when they start telling their story, they thought they were going to be good enough, and this story was going to be good enough. But when people started questioning them, they're like, "Oh, let's add this in. That sounds good," you know. But what it did was showed her still with a lack of compassion as a mother for not getting up and going and checking. So she showed, in my opinion, her ignorance there by adding in the thud if it didn't happen.
Right. Watcher, water bearer, initiate. So the watcher, water bearer, and initiate, this was well thought out. Okay. When I was building this, that was well thought out. I just want to touch on this. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I love it because the water bearer, we as watchers here on this channel, the way that I can explain this is we are first watchers. Then we become water bearers, which the water bearer is Aquarius. It's the spirit of truth that is poured into your vessel. And your vessel is your mind, body, and spirit that is connecting to the higher self. And then we become initiates. We are initiated within the spirit of God. And so I wanted to just quickly say that watcher, water bearer, initiate is a part of the membership here at Astrology for Mystics with Jen. And I definitely thought of it as a spiritual component. just love it. I don't know. I just love it. I just love it. I love thinking about the spirit of truth being poured in, because when we open ourselves up to God and the higher plan that we could have, it may not, your higher plan, that plan that God has for you, that's been put forth since the day that you took that first breath, that plan may not be your plan. And you may have to really come to terms, especially if you are brought up as a Church of Christ, Baptist, what have you. It's hard to cross the threshold into doing something that is going against the religious rhetoric. Okay. So the beauty of having that water bearer pour the water, because Aquarius is air, Uranus is air, it's the element of air. But what we notice with the spirit of truth, with Aquarius, with the water bearer, is that he is pouring the spirit of truth for the future into your vessel to create something so much greater than yourself that can benefit humanity in the future. So I just had to say that. I'm feeling inspired.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's nothing more powerful than the truth. That's right. But the truth can be, it can be obscured, and there's different perceptions of what the truth is sometimes. But for Sebastian, I think that the truth is in the pudding. We can see the proof from their behavior.
Mhm.
Their behavior tells us everything that we need to know. It goes into our vessel. The spirit of truth from their behavior is poured into our vessel, and we just know. We have this gnosis that Sebastian isn't lost to them, only lost to Seth.
Mhm. And see, and that's what hurts my heart when someone actually, comes on and puts that he is no longer with us. The family is reading that. Uh, why would you even put that in a chat? You have to put yourself in their shoes. If your child was missing, would you want to read that? I know it's your opinion and you have a right to it, but refraining from saying those negative things to a father, it may be true, but until we know, we've got to keep hope. We got to keep the hope that Sebastian is with us, because without hope, the Bible says, are of all men most miserable.
That's right. And I always say that without, I mean, it's not in the Bible, but without hope, the people perish.
Exactly.
And it's not in the Bible, but I take that from the Proverbs. I do. The hope is where we have vision of the future. And so it does say, where there is no vision, the people perish. But without hope for the future, you don't have a vision. You see what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
we have to have hope. And that's when I first met Seth, and he said, "Do you think that he's deceased or alive?" He gave me his birth time, gave me his Sebastian's birth time, gave me his birth time. He was so just, I mean, like, what do you think? What do you think? And the first thing that he okay? And I said, Seth, I don't know. I can't tell you that. And if I did tell you that, I would be not truth, not coming. I work death astrology, guys. I mean, I do. There's no science to it. I'm a science girl. Okay, well, astrology isn't scientific. Not yet, but I aim to change that. Okay, because I do see patterns. And with those patterns, I can deduct that there are patterns that are showing me a science of it. But when it comes to death, and I've been studying death astrology since 2014. I've been studying death astrology for a long time, and there is no science. If there is ever any science to be found, I will blast it. But there's no science to death. So I can't say for sure if Sebastian is deceased or alive. I can't. And I would be doing you guys a disservice and Sebastian's family a disservice if I said that I could. I would be lying, and I don't lie.
Mhm.
I don't lie. The higher
Well,
plan God had for me was so unexpected after losing twin boys. Ooh. He guided me to higher education and a career helping others, so much beyond anything I could ever imagine. It saved me. Yes, it does. That
that's
gives me chills,
beautiful,
Jackie.
Jackie.
And my condolences to you, babe. I'm so sorry. It doesn't, me saying I'm sorry doesn't, I mean, it's so cliche, but at the same time, I understand that
Mhm.
we us transmuting the pain, we can wallow, we can just sit in it. But at some point in time, we have to say, okay, how can I transmute this pain into something so much greater? It's hard for parents of the missing to do that because they haven't buried. There's no closure. There's nothing. There's no. The pain is still ongoing. It doesn't end. And Seth kept saying that night that he was talking to us, I can't find joy. There's no joy. I have no joy. That's potent.
Think of
When you
that, not to have any joy in your life, because he said, Sebastian is my life. He
right,
includes Sebastian in every part of his life. He says, I work till Sebastian comes, and then, we do what Sebastian wants to do on the weekend, and then I work again until he comes back. But when you see Seth come alive in his story, is the weekends he would get him. It was like he was just, going through life, because he knew he had to work. He knew he, had to survive. But when that weekend came that Sebastian was there, suddenly joy was filled in his home. Life was in his home.
that's right. That's right. Kali asked, have you ever had that before in another missing person's chart where you couldn't tell if alive or deceased? Well, I can speculate. So I can speculate in Sebastian's. And when I first looked at it, I was confident that there was a major health issue that happened. But then when you're reading astrology every day like I am, and you're looking at maps and you're looking at different cases all day, because Sebastian, I mean, I've mapped, probably 3 or 4 this week that's new. And I do that. I'm mapping all the time. I'm looking at different things all the time. Some people, the death will come from different glyphs, or I would call them glyphs or behaviors, hypotheticals, planets, what have you, that I'm reading. It comes from all different places, from all different ways. And like when I was saying, let's watch Mars. Mars and Sag is going to come to Sebastian's Mars and Sag. We saw that there was a post about Sebastian being in Mexico on Facebook and on at night and on the Fox 17. We saw that, right? But that Mars in Sagittarius could have created, coming to his Mars in Sagittarius, if he were going long distance, it could have caused a wreck. There could have been an accident. So again, there's no science to the death astrology. There's no science to it. There's none. And if I ever find the science, y'all will definitely know. But there's just no science to death. There's a lot of books about it. There's a lot of people that say that they know, and this, that, and the other. The moon comes this, the moon comes over that. There's no science to it. I have definitely looked into all of it, and I'm just not finding it. So I can't tell a parent that their child is deceased or alive if I'm not seeing the science of it. There's people that have passed away that have been brutally unalived. And when I look at it, I'm like, whoo, I can see that. Damn, I can see how that happened. But I already have that knowing information. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
Makes
exactly.
sense? Yeah, so I just don't, I can't confidently say, and if I can't confidently say, then I'm not going to say that that person is dead or alive. I'm just going to look for them both dead or alive. I think it would be doing a great disservice for astrology in general and for other astrologers to tell a parent. And I want to remind you guys that there's a lot of people on these YouTube streets that claim to have all kinds of gifts, psychic mediums, and these same psychic mediums have emailed Seth talking about the gruesome details that happened to his son without giving him the exact address to go and pick up this deceased son that they have claimed happened, and want to talk about anger and frustration. And I'm not the parent of Sebastian, but I tell you one thing, people are gullible. They believe these people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that there are not psychics and mediums that have the true gift of seeing, but they are very few, and they're not going to be on YouTube. They're going to be silent, working behind the scenes with the law enforcement. And they're going to have respect. And some of these people have no respect. And I bet you anything, they have thousands and thousands and thousands of followers that believe in them.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about being gullible. And just, I will never get over seeing Seth, hearing Seth talk to Jeff and I about that. It's the saddest, most heartbreaking. And people believe in these people. Take their word. I mean, sit on it. They have thousands of views, thousands of people following them. It is not right. Oh my God. It's bad, y'all. When I tell you it's bad, and when I tell you that it's not just Seth's story. Well, that's who I'm talking about. Okay. That's one of them. That's just one of them. And talk about taking your heart down through there. That's just one of them. He's had multiple. And he's not the only parent that has a missing child. Every parent that has a missing child has went through this with psychics and mediums. Everyone. You can't see Leanne Green behind Mama Marissa. But Leanne Green went missing from Dixon, Tennessee 40 years ago, and even her parents were receiving messages about all the gruesome details that took place with her, but never could tell her mom and dad, God rest their soul, they're deceased too, where to find her. And here in Tennessee, Mama Marissa can tell you, don't tell me that you see a red barn and a ravine and a statue. Girl, that is all over the state of Tennessee. Give me an address.
Exactly. Or a tractor out in the yard. I mean, I can go 10 miles down the road and see 3 in the yard. So is he here? I mean,
Do what now?
I said I can drive 10 miles from where I live and see 3 red barns and tractors sitting everywhere in their yards. Does that mean Sebastian's here?
I know.
I mean,
Oh,
Tennessee, that's
She said that there was a red barn. It could be a tractor. There could be a ravine. Well, that's all over the state of Tennessee. Okay. I can't tell you, I can't even get off of my road without seeing that. Is that where Sebastian's at? Should I go to every red barn here in Tennessee where every ravine is? I mean, Jesus, help us, God. Yeah, it's all over the South. I mean, how can we be better? How can we be better? And I'm not trying to dog Donna. I'm not trying to dog all these people. I'm just saying, how can we be better? By not giving them attention. That's the only way that I can see me being a part of the solution, is to not give her any attention. I'll be damned if somebody messages me telling me all the gruesome details of the death of my child. I'm talking about gruesome details. And then not tell me where to go and find my child. Talk about a heartbreak. Yeah, every second road. I mean, there's tractors everywhere, barns everywhere. I mean, tarot readings are fun. The tarot reading, people can say, they're fun. It's like playing cards. But when you're getting in the spirit of God, you're doing some praying, I don't know. Sometimes it's just fun to me sometimes. I don't read it. I could read right now, but I only put it on my stand store for people that want that. And I've had many people that come back year after year for a card reading, and I only do a cross of truth. It's a 5-card read. It's a cross, and I'm reading the cross as where you're at now, your heart center, where you're going and I implement the astrology with it. It's a lot of fun. It's entertainment. Okay. What I do with astrology isn't entertainment. It really isn't. I'm learning. And as I'm learning, I'm teaching you guys as I'm learning too. It's a learning curve because the maps are showing the evidence of where somebody can be found time after time after time. Time after time. She had me driving all over this area, green truck, tractor, White House, back off the road, raised garden. I eventually had to stop because it was so defeating. It is. It is so defeating. It is hard. When
we
you're putting
want to believe.
You want to believe. Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
We want it so bad. These people, they want to connect with their people that have gone on, and they want to connect so bad. They will believe anything these people tell them because they just want it so bad. And we want it for Sebastian so bad that these people are believing what she has said. Now, I personally don't know her. Lord, don't come after me. But I just didn't listen to her. And I didn't give her my attention. And I'm only one person. But if everybody would do that and not give even the hate channels, don't give them your attention. Keep your eye on our goal, and that is to bring Sebastian home.
Exactly. And like you said, I mean, we want to believe so bad.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to believe so bad because we do want Sebastian home. And I'm not knocking the believers. I shouldn't, I should be careful about what I say. Don't want to come at with a vindictive heart or anything like that. It does upset me. Yeah, I mean, they use your desperation and
Mm-hmm.
hope for their own profit and their own clout. And what she sent Seth was so disgusting. And it's unforgivable to me. It's not forgivable. You can't she has a responsibility. I think we all have a responsibility when we come forth and we claim to have a gift from God. We have a
Yeah.
responsibility, and that responsibility was torn to shreds with her emails to Seth. I don't condone such behavior. I do understand why people were hoping and they were believing. And I want to say that I have probably 20 addresses from Donna to other people that have sent to me that I did put on the map, even though I didn't want to. I went ahead and did it because they believe. But there is a point in time where you have to take a stand back and you have to say, okay, there's no accountability, there's no responsibility, there's no boundary. And I don't talk, I don't associate with people that have no responsibility, no accountability, and no responsibility to me and my loved ones with boundaries, especially if you're coming to me with and I've got a missing kid.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the boundary there? There is none. There's none with her. And she's always going to say that she's got different visions of this and vision of that and this vision and that vision. They're always changing. Oh, remember when I said this a year ago? Okay, how many more clues have you given? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And I'll
My
call it.
thought is, I mean, if you've had that many visions of, his tragic, unaliving, then how come you've not had the vision of where he's at? You know, where is
Exactly.
the red barn?
Where's the address? You can't get the vision of the address. 90% exactly. Probably have ill motives. My experience is way different, but I'm psychic and a lot of good ones out there. Yes, there's a lot of good ones out there. I've met one intriguing, interesting psychic that worked with the law enforcement who didn't want her information out. And she has found multiple people. She is deceased now, but I can vouch for one. And that one will always have me watching, observing other psychics because I do think that we are all psychic. We are all psychic. There's times that I'm overly psychic and there's times that I'm not that much psychic. It's going to depend on what's in transit, of course. But there are times where I feel like a car is going to come head on and there's the car. That's psychic. That's a gnosis. Psychic is having this gnosis about you. Remember the Gnostics back in the day? that's a gnosis. There is a gnosis that we have, whether you call it intuition, gut, being psychic. And I can definitely say that I have been around Seth Rogers on multiple occasions where me and him and Jeff can look at each other and we just know what we're thinking. And we're like, nope, that's a no-go, because we have that intuition. We have that gut instinct that's saying, no, that is not legit. It's not authentic. It's not right. It's not real. And I think that we all have that. It's just that sometimes we can tap into this energy a whole lot more than other times. You know what I mean?
Let me
Jeff
tell you
called
an
me
experience.
Go ahead, Mama.
Let me tell you this experience I had. Now, this had never happened to me before. And I mean, people can believe me or not, but see, I know I'm telling the truth. But anyway, it was very early on in the case. And I was, straddling the fence, because I'd heard, this about Seth and this about Chris and Katie, So I didn't go to YouTube. I didn't go to anybody. I just sat and I bowed my head one day and I said, God, you have put me on this path and I need to know that I am, who I'm following here. Some way, somehow, will you show me who the innocent parent is so I know who to support? No, no lie. I lifted my head. I touched my button on my TikTok and my video, one I had posted, was on there. Now, when you go on, you see everybody else's, but my video popped up, the very first one. And it was a video that I had put on my TikTok and saying, let's support Seth. He's looking for his son, So in my opinion, God showed me. And after it happened, I thought, wait a minute, that was my video. Why did my video pop up? But it showed me that I was following, and supporting the correct side. If there's not sides, but I was supporting the correct parent. Okay. The very next day, I bowed my head again and I said, Lord, just show me some things, show me, let me see something, me, I've got to see a visual. And when I opened my eyes, I didn't have my eyes closed, they were open. And all of a sudden, I see this vision. And while I'm seeing this vision, I am saying to myself, am I really seeing this? Oh my God. And it was a vision of the back of Sebastian's head, and he was looking straight forward. I could see a cop car, and I seen the cop come up from the back of the car, and he lowered Chris's head and put him in the back seat of the police car. And when he did that, Sebastian turned and looked me straight in the face and then turned back around and the vision left. I have never in my life had a vision before, but I asked God for it and he gave me one. Now tell me that wasn't of God. You may not believe, but I believe. So, I mean, I can only tell you my experiences. And I'm not going to say that people don't have visions and can't see things, because I got in touch with God that day and he knew that I needed that in my heart to know who to follow and who to support in finding this child. I mean, I'm a nobody.
No, but
I'm
that is, no, you are definitely somebody. And I totally believe, I would never doubt you, Mama Marissa. I know you're not going to.
I
I
would
know
never
you
lie about
I
that.
know you wouldn't. And I'm telling you, there is, when we ask, especially when we are, I can't say that it happens every time because it don't. It just doesn't.
No,
But there are times that we do get revelations. And it's definitely a fated revelation that you got. And I think that when you asked so desperately, you received. I totally believe that. And I think that anyone, there's only been one time that, well, I say one time. No, I can't say that. There's only been one time that I've had an extreme experience, extreme, with the face and the communication with a man that looked like Jesus. There's only been one time. But that time was enough for me to go, okay, I'm either going crazy or there's, and I did figure out that I think it was a psychosis, but I totally believe that you got a revelation that Sebastian is alive.
I mean, I wanted it so bad. And God knew that I did. And it was one of those, sometimes I say, I bow my head and pray, and sometimes I can reach the man upstairs. And
Yeah,
boy, when I do, don't you think I'm not going to talk about it? Because some people go through life and never have that, where they felt like that they reached God. And I just believe that when I prayed, that he knew I needed that to secure my thinking and not be swayed from one way to another. I mean, because I'm like everybody else. I could go to, Chris and Katie and support them. But you see, God showed me different. So I can't go against it.
right. And that's
And I'm
your
not going to.
relationship. That's right. And that's your relationship and you honor that. And
Hmm.
I want to show you guys, I'm going to share my screen for a second because I want to show you guys the hydrocephalus, um, in which we can learn a
Don't
little
cuss
bit.
me like that.
Do
When you
what?
say them big words, you lose me.
Well, it's with the 6q 27 chromosomal deletion.
Hmm.
That disorder comes from what we can also correlate with hydrocephalus, which is the buildup. This is Sebastian. Okay. This is why I'm bringing this up just because I think that we need to have an understanding, an agreement here with our understanding with what this actually means for Sebastian. It's the buildup of excess cerebral spinal fluid in the
Mm.
brain, which puts harmful pressure on brain tissue. This is another reason why I don't understand, if true, if there was really a thud, why she wouldn't have ran in there, which puts harmful pressure on the brain tissue. It can be congenital, which is present at birth, which I think is what Seth said, or acquired with causes including genetic issues, tumors, infections, head injuries, strokes. Symptoms vary by age, including headaches, vomiting, balance problems in older children. So even the balancing, right? It's called water on the brain.
Hmm.
It can happen. It can happen. Okay, so it can happen even without the chromosomal deletion. So I guess we are looking at two things then. The chromosomal deletion and this. But I'm just wondering, I don't know, I would have to do some research on this and the chromosomal deletion, these two together. Including headaches, vomiting, balance problems in older children, and bulging soft spot, large head in infants. The most common treatment is a surgical implant called a shunt to drain the excess fluid, although some cases may also be treated with a different surgery called an endoscopic third ventriculostomy. So, genetic problems or issues with fetal development, head injury, strokes, brain tumors, blockage in the flow of the fluid with the brain passage, problems with the body absorbing the fluid back into the bloodstream. So this, remember, when they said that he had a seizure, I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 or 3 or what, but he had seizures because of that. I think he was an infant, if I remember correctly. Seth said that he was like 6 months old or something like that.
But he had never had a surgical procedure or anything for it, or a shunt or anything like that.
I want to
I've
say,
never heard mention of it, is why I'm saying.
I want to say that he did have, I don't know if it had to do with this brain, if it had to do with the brain disorder or not. But I remember he had to have something. Didn't he have to wear something on his chest?
Oh, yes. The chest plate.
The chest plate. So I
Yeah.
don't know if the chest plate had anything to do with all of this or not. I don't remember. And I hate to speak for Seth because I don't remember. Yeah, he should have. He should have had something. But maybe the problem, the quote unquote water on the brain, relieved itself, like it fixed itself on its own. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't remember him saying that he had any type of cerebral shunt. No.
Right.
And he would have said that. So I don't think so. No. I'm going to
I would
confidently
think that,
no.
yeah, I would think he would mention that in the part where she says, I didn't go check on him. I would have thought Seth would have come forward and said, hey, he's got a shunt. She didn't even go check on him, so that makes me think, no, he had never had anything like that.
Well, let's see if it can clear itself on its own. Let's see. Let's ask Google. And no. Okay. Requires medical intervention to reduce the pressure on the brain. Can cause permanent damage. Okay, it wasn't big enough. It wasn't big enough for a surgical shunt. Okay. So the fluid, the pocket, wasn't big enough. I guess it was just enough. Okay, hold on. It was just enough. It was just enough to cause problems. Okay, so can hydrocephalus be correlated with 6q27 chromosome deletion? It can be correlated with a 6q27 chromosome deletion. This region contains genes critical for brain development, and their deletion can lead to a range of structural brain abnormalities, including hydrocephalus, agenesis of the corpus callosum and cerebral malformations. The presence and severity of these abnormalities can vary among individuals with the same deletion, depending on the exact size. Okay. Depending on the exact size and the specific genes affected. So the relationship with the hydrocephalus is one of the many structural brain abnormalities observed in patients with 6q terminal deletions. So hydrocephalus is one of the many brain abnormalities observed in patients with 6q27 or 6q. The 6q27 region contains genes crucial for brain development, and the deletion of some of these genes can disrupt normal neurodevelopment and lead to hydrocephalus. The clinical presentation varies significantly among individuals with a 6q27 chromosome deletion. Some may have severe hydrocephalus, while others may have a milder form. So I think that the milder form is what Sebastian had because he didn't need a shunt.
Mm-hmm.
Other brain issues besides hydrocephalus, other common brain abnormalities include cerebral hypoplasia, agenesis of the corpus callosum, and cortical dysplasia. So I don't know what those things are, but we could definitely deep dive another time.
Mm-hmm.
But it would just seem to me like if she heard, right? If she really did hear a thud, then having the conditions that were set forth with Sebastian, didn't Seth say he couldn't get a shunt because it was too dangerous? I don't remember him saying that. And good to see you, Kathy. Good to see you. I'm glad that you come out of the bushes, honey, to talk to us. Hi. Hi, honey. I don't think so. I think that it was too small. It didn't need a shunt. And we can see that there is a correlation between the hydrocephalus and the 6q27 chromosomal deletion. He needed, even though all of that could have taken place when he was a baby, me personally, I'm not Katie, right? But me personally, I definitely would have been like, oh my God, if I heard something, are you okay? Even my kids not having anything going on with their brain, I would still want to know if they're okay if I heard something. I'm definitely going to walk up in there. Well, we don't want to walk in there because, he's a teenager now. No, I'm walking up in there. I'm walking in. Knock, knock, knock. Here I come. No. I mean, that's
Get
just
on
me,
out of
though.
here.
That's me, though. I mean, that's me. Especially if I have a kid with that, I'm definitely going to be monitoring and be on the up and up. I'm definitely going to walk away from Christopher and
Well, you
check on
have to
the kid.
care first,
Yeah, you got to care. And I think that, we have discussed this, that she may not care about anything but making Seth's life hell. That's what she cares about. Her
She's doing
prior
a
is act, and that's
great,
my opinion.
let me commend her. She's doing a great job at that.
Yeah, she is. She's doing a very good
I'm
job.
sorry. I'm sitting here just working on this and that just slipped right out. Ah. Ah.
Oh yeah, Jeff. I mean, it's definitely possible that she is fabricating this whole story. The whole story. Like all of it. because after they get home, that's when she gets jacked up with her story. Exactly. You don't care how old they are. You're still going to check on them. You're still going to check on them. But she, she was too busy talking to Christopher. That's what she says. That's her story. And she's sticking to it as long as she's going to stick to it, as long as Chris is right there by her side, making sure, giving each other side eyes and doing this and doing that. Oh, I just wonder what is it going to be like? What's it going to be like as this wall starts tumbling down? What, Jeff? What'd you say? Jeff says something as he's walking out to grill our hamburgers. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. We need a lot of love, a lot of prayers, a lot of healing energy going toward Seth and Sebastian and the holidays. I'm hoping Seth will get out and will he didn't last year, but I'm hoping he will this year. My grandmother is in her 90s, and I would love for him to meet my grandmother this holiday season. There's only, oh gosh, me and you. I'll check my text here in a minute. Me and you is saying that she's got an emergency. But anyway, Marissa, I'm so happy that you came up here.
Well, you're very welcome. It's very unexpected. I was busy doing my little thing here, but I've got it all done. So I've done all my Christmas presents while we've been talking. So see, it didn't affect me at all.
I've missed seeing you on live. I've missed seeing you. I've missed talking to you. When Sebastian first went missing, you and I were talking on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yes, yes.
Gosh, that was a crew we had back then.
Oh, I've missed being on so bad. But I had for about 3 months before Voices of Truth started, I had been feeling, certain ways and not knowing one was leading up to the other. But thankfully, that was taken care of, and I feel wonderful now. But I've never stopped watching, never stopped listening. I just, haven't, been on live. And like tonight is the first time I've been on since I had the heart surgery. So thank you for having me. I really appreciate that. I
Well, how
believe
does
I
it feel?
needed this. I
I
needed
think
to get some things out.
Yeah, I think so. I think that you have a lot to get out. I think that I think that you have a lot more that we could talk about. We could discuss, and especially when it comes to the misinformation
Mhm.
that runs rampant because there's so much of it. I can't imagine being a parent of a missing kid and having to correct all the misinformation. You just can't.
Yeah.
You just can't. But I think that people like us can. We can try to minimize the
Mm.
misinformation and bring it back to reality with the facts. And the fact is that we don't know that Sebastian is deceased. There's no evidence of that. We have no evidence that he is deceased at all. What we do know by the behavior of Chris and Katie is that they cannot stand, absolutely despise Seth. And when she said on that interview with Heather, and he made $50,000. Are you jealous, Katie, that he would make 50 grand? Because he didn't make 50 grand. I think we all
No.
know what the GoFundMe was. That has not been a secret, and it was definitely half of that. There is this animosity or jealousy, perhaps, with them and Seth.
Well, and for them to be so angry about that, it shows you that they love money. If you just sit and think about it, they are mad that Seth got, had the GoFundMe, m- got money, but used it, you know, to to go forth in this case for his needs of what he needed to be done. Folks, that costs money. These gas, these flowers, these signs, these bracelets, these everything, that costs money. Just because Sebastian's missing doesn't mean they say, "Oh, that's Seth Rogers. Let's give him everything for free." No, it don't work like that. But that shows you that they love money because that's the first thing she said was he made $50,000. And see, she didn't think that the recording would ever get out,
They were
but it
more
showed.
worried about the money
Mhm,
and the easement than they
mhm.
were finding Sebastian and getting help that she so desperately needs to find her son. But she
I
knows where
mean,
he's at, in my
even if it
opinion.
was a PI for Seth, she's a PI, she's gonna be looking into it. What are you scared of? If you wasn't in it, I mean, if you wasn't guilty, then you'd be saying, "Oh, okay, great, we have another PI on it." She didn't, Heather didn't knock on the door and say, "Hey, you guys are guilty. I'm gonna look around and see what all I can find."
Right. And here's the deal, Barb. This is the way I see it. And a lot of people don't agree with me, and that's okay. But this is the way I see it. When you have a missing kid and you look at the mothers and the fathers that have a missing kid still, and you're constantly seeing them on social media. The social media platforms become their job. They don't work no more. They work every day to find their kid, whether that kid is in their 20s, 30s, 40s, teens. We are constantly seeing parents of the missing get funded. We are paying their bills. We are paying for their car repairs. We are paying for anything and everything because we care
Exactly.
that they are now unemployable and cannot work. So when Chris Proudfoot went back to work or tried to go back to work a week later with little Miss Proudfoot coming with him, leaving the house where her kid goes missing, life goes on for them. Life has not gone
Mhm.
on for Seth. And if he wants to sit on social media day in and day out and that becomes his job, so be it. Deal with it, get over it. That's the way I see it.
Can you imagine him trying to go back to work, working with inmates, trying to do that job and get Sebastian off his mind? You know, what if he's with a prisoner and he slips into that, "Oh my god, my son is missing," mode, and that prisoner does something to Seth. He's
Girl,
gotta stay on top of things, and if he's got Sebastian on his mind, how can he do that?
girl, he goes back to work, gets into an altercation
Mhm.
with an inmate. No, it really happened.
Oh, yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
know.
and he ended up getting a concussion that he is still dealing with to this day.
Mhm.
Headaches, migraines, can't see, dizzy, has to wear sunglasses during the evening. There are major issues here. And so if he needs to work at the same time transmuting that pain into finding his son, being a general, organizing searches, organizing whatever, where we go and hand out flyers, whatever it is, doing the good work of Sebastian's Law. He needs our support. That's all I can say. And
Mhm.
Jeff and I, support Seth and coming on YouTube every day if that's what he thinks that he needs to do to spread awareness and to pay his bills. The bills don't stop.
Exactly.
He's on a limited income. They're not. Chris and Katie are not on a limited income. He is grifting. Well, if you want to put it that way, that he's grifting, everybody is grifting.
I
Then
hate that word.
I do too. I mean, it's just to be grifting off the back of his missing kid. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds awful. But when you
Exactly.
put yourself in that shoe, because it's
Mhm.
really hard to do, right? It's really hard to put your feet in some shoes that you ain't ever going to be in, that you won't ever be in. But if you can try to put your shoes in, and Seth is doing the very best that he can. And if he can get out of bed that day, he's doing great. He's doing great because he truly has a child that is missing. These other two, life has gone on, and that's evident. The proof is in the pudding. And it makes no sense why anybody that has a heart would come on the next day of Seth going live and try to critique what his
Mhm.
eyes look like. People were saying that he was jacked up, that he was messed up. I can vouch, Jeff and I can vouch. We've never seen Seth messed up. Come in here, baby. Nobody can hear you. Come in here.
I
Jeff is
hear him
talking.
hollering, but
Yeah, he's talking in the other room.
If you call not sleeping because your son is missing being messed up, then I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, Seth can't hang with me and Jeff. Me and Jeff throw down. We'll drink some beer. We'll do a bonfire. I mean, Seth can't hang. I mean, maybe he can, but I mean, he just can't. He can't really. They're just, I mean, Seth is, and everybody was disappointed because they didn't get any information. They were hoping that he was going to come live and give them some grand information. But what he needs to do, what he needs from us is to be able to come on this platform and express himself, express his anger,
exactly.
his pain, his sorrow. If he wants to be mad at Katie, let him. If he wants to cry, let him. If he wants to yell and scream, let him. Let him express himself.
How can you say that you're there for Seth,
Oh,
and
Seth.
when you go to his live, and then you go off to, your own way, and you hear them saying, "But he didn't give any information." Well, what do you want him to say if he don't know anything? At least he's not giving misinformation. And you say that you're there for him. These people say, "Oh, Seth, we're there for you. Oh, we're here. We'll do anything you want us to do." So he just wanted us to listen that night, that people couldn't handle that. It wasn't, enough for them. Well, how much do they want?
Exactly. I wish he would come live all the time, get tons of super chats, take it away from all of these other hate channels and the channels that are making so much money hand over fist, bitching and whining and crying. I just really do. I think that if anybody is talking about Sebastian And I mean, I'm doing it too. I've been talking about Sebastian for 5 hours now.
Mm-hmm.
And the super chats, they're not flowing in. The cash apps, they're not flowing in. Is Jeff promoting that? Of course he is. Is he promoting my channel? Of course he is. I can't say, okay, Seth, you shouldn't go live, but I should.
Exactly. The
Does
audacity
that
of
make
these people.
sense? I mean, does that make sense? I'm not grifting off of Sebastian. I'm literally showing you guys, and I have been, I was inspired to do this live. I was inspired by what I saw,
It-
what I
and
was reading, what I was thinking, and I did want to go live because I love to talk. My mama said, "Girl, you'll talk to a brick wall. It don't even have to talk back to you." And she's right. She's right, because I will not shut up. I'm talking in my sleep. Talk, 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 talk. But if Seth wants to come on here every day and he wants to talk about his son, let him. And the people that are giving super chats or that are cash apping him, they're doing that from their own free will, their own heart. And it's not about what he's doing with it, because when you give freely. You're not trying to
exactly.
dictate what somebody's going to do with it. But I mean,
Exactly.
we've got to face it. I mean, Seth has went all over, here, there, and everywhere. $15,000 worth of car repairs. I mean, it's not easy to have been given this plate to eat off of. And he has to make the best of it with what he has. And so far, he has held his shit together. Have we heard him several times, a handful of times, lose his shit and yell and scream? But he has really held it together. And that yelling and screaming is a part of the grieving process. And I think that he's got every right to express himself. We do. We express ourselves.
But each time that he's done that, he's having to go on and follow up after someone has just literally, eat him alive. A human can only take so much before they crack. And we've seen it happen a couple of times but it's a testament to him that he still is holding it together to make it this long, because he has a desire to find his son. And I have a desire to help him. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm going to do. And I don't care if every single watcher that's, here now, I don't care anyone that's watching replay. I don't care if they live stream us over on some. I am here for a purpose. I don't care what they say. I will continue to do this until I am led not to.
That's right.
So you might as well leave me alone.
Well, the only time that anybody's come after me was Jay had come after me, and she was replaying some of my stuff. And I told her, I said, "Come on my channel. Come on my channel. Let me give me your bird time. Come on my channel and let's read you. Okay, let's have some fun." But she doesn't want to do that, and she dropped it. So I don't think that, I'm not really worried about anything like that with the hate channels. I think that they're too busy with Brittany and Center. They're occupied. There's not a whole lot of brain cells there. So
Exactly.
to come against me, they've got their hands full. they would have their hands
Exactly.
very full. Come on, because I've got the
You
armor of
know,
God, and so do you, Mama
they
Marissa.
they are seeing the nice Mama Marissa. Mama Marissa she knows how to get down and dirty, but don't provoke me because I will lash back if I need to. But I mostly just ignore the comments and just I got my eye on the prize. And I encourage everyone that's in this chat to do the same thing. Don't worry about the hate channels. Scoot them aside, act like they're not even here. We're here. If you say you're here for Sebastian, block that crap out because that's exactly what it is.
That's exactly right. And don't worry, D Green, I will never stop talking. even when I'm deceased, my kids are gonna be like, God, she won't leave me alone. Always just in my ear. No, I won't ever stop. I won't ever stop. And Jackie, that I can't even say just how much that I respect Seth Rogers for holding it together. And I respect him when he doesn't, when he feels like that he has a safe place and he can yell and scream. That's what I
Mhm.
want him to do. That's what I want him to do. I want him to feel safe. I want him to express himself because I express myself. I need to express myself. I need to express my hurt or my pain, any type of, I try to keep that out of the public eye. And so does Seth. Okay, so there may be days that we don't talk. You know, there may be days that Jeff and I won't talk to Seth. And it could be because I've got things going on. He's got things going on. Or it could be that he is just so disgusted and pissed off and angry that he don't want to take it out on us. That's respect. He is very, people can say what they want to, but they don't know Seth like Jeff and I. And Jeff and I don't know Seth like some of the friends that he has had for a long time.
And
But
see, he has built up trust in you all, though. That's what I was telling Seth the other night. Seth, I don't expect you to trust me in the very beginning, but all I can tell you is I'm here. If you need an ear, I'm here. If you just want me to shut up and listen, I'm here. And over time, you will learn, boy, I can trust her. But see, that will come in time. And see, he has built up a trust in you and Jeff. And I
I,
appreciated that night that he was able to let go, because he felt like he was in a safe place. We all need our safe place.
we do. We really do. And Mama Marissa, you are a safe place. You have been for me since we first started talking. You just give that vibe. You know it. We know it. And I think that when you said that to Seth, I feel like he was already on a roll. But when I called you, it was like, okay, let's just go ahead. Let's
Yeah,
go ahead. And here in the country, it's not like I don't have close neighbors, but the neighbors
right.
that I do have, you could hear it. You could hear it. And the
Yeah.
trees were taking it in, and the trees were feeling his pain. And we were all feeling the pain. Jeff was bawling.
Oh gosh, so
It
was
was,
I.
it was, and it was really hard. But at the same time, we're just hearing it. We're not experiencing, we're not feeling it from the gut.
Mhm.
And that's where I think we can talk about it. We can analyze it. But at the end of the day, none of us know what it's like to have a missing kid. We just don't. And so I think that if this platform on YouTube wanted to be special and giving of their heart, then we would just be listening without judging.
Exactly.
And it was really hard for me to hear what I heard the following night from some of the people that I didn't expect to hear that from. And I'm not
Yeah.
gonna name any names. I'm just saying, you can put
Yeah.
2 and 2 together, but it really surprised me. It hurt my feelings, and it wasn't even about me, but it hurt my feelings. And then when you text me
Mhm.
about it, I was like, yeah, I mean, so then I had somebody else text me about it, and I'm like, yeah, so it's not just me that
I know
felt
I
that.
was watching on replay and I couldn't comment, but I seen your comments in there and I was like, "Oh, man, it's a good thing I was watching replay
Well,
because I
and
would have beat."
we straddle from, or I used to straddle from TikTok and YouTube. I do have people going, "Where are you at? Where are you at?" So I do have to start making more of a presence on TikTok, but cognizance and crime. She has flip-flopped back and forth, called me a hall monitor.
Mhm.
I'm just flipping through, you know, doing my thing, flipping through, scrolling on TikTok. I see a video of hers where she's flip-flopping. I say something about it, and now all of a sudden I'm a hall monitor. No, I'm not a hall monitor. I can promise you that. I just have a way of coming in to the BS and being shown who is real and who is not.
Mhm.
And she is
It
all about putting a story out without even checking the story out. And then you got a
100%.
following. If you have a following, I think I maybe have 9 or 10,000 on TikTok. I don't even remember. But if you have a following, as small or as big as it is, you have a responsibility.
Mhm.
That's the way I look at it. And her responsibility is flip-flopped. She wants to talk shit about Seth one day, praise him the next. Flip-flop. That's what I'm calling her, a flip-flop. And then when I see her in the chat, and then, she is being vindicated and put up on a fucking pedestal. Sorry, Mama Marissa. Being put up on a pedestal. Uh-uh. No, ma'am. No, we don't go there.
And
Don't say
when
Seth and have that girl up in your chat praising her. I've been watching her since the beginning. No, no, she flip-flops. If you ain't made up your mind yet, you ain't picked a side yet, you got problems. Well, my only side is Sebastian. No, 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 no. If you're in Sebastian's court, you're going to be with the one that's advocating for him.
Mhm.
Let's be real.
But see, when I witnessed that, what you're saying with that creator, I was there when some flip-flopping went on, and I left. I I unfollowed and can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. When the flip-flopping started, I left because it showed me true colors. I don't stick around if when you show me your true colors, and I leave. That's it. um, but then when you hear them, saying, I don't flip flop. Well, when I was there to witness it, I was thinking, yes, you do. And it's not that I'm trying to be bad, but that's a fact. I've seen the flip flop, but I guess they think if they say it in their head, that it's true, but not.
Exactly. We can definitely hear. I mean, we got ears to hear, and we have an intuition that is telling us, nope, nope. And then when you want to talk for 20 minutes about all the things that your followers have done, are you want a trophy? Do you want an award? Why are you throwing everything that you have done? See, I don't like that. I don't like that in character. Do something out of the kindness of your heart. Don't gloat.
Hmm.
Don't throw it up in my face. You want an award? This is not a competition.
Exactly.
It's not a competition. And that is what made me feel like there is some type of competition here. If you are in my chat and you talk about another creator, I don't have mods in here going, don't talk about other creators. Don't talk about other creators. I mean, if you're just constantly talking about another creator, I mean, obviously, that's not respectful. But, if you're all in my chat just talking about one person, I mean, let's don't do that. But if you mention a creator or something like that, I'm not going to flip my wig. It's when we do things from the intent is what truly matters to me. If you have a good intent, the heart, your heart center is what I'm looking at. That's what I'm focusing on. And that's exactly what I hear with my
Hmm.
ears, your heart. And if
Yeah.
you don't have a good heart and you're flip flopping, you're back and forth, and you're throwing up all the great things that your followers have done, y'all have done this and y'all have done that and y'all have done this. Okay.
Well,
Do you
good
know
for
how
you.
many people in this with Sebastian Rogers that you've never even heard their name and they have done so much? Don't even. Don't. I'm the wrong one to come to on that one. I'm
Yep.
saying, Mama Marissa, let me just be quiet. I'm getting fired up here because of all the people that I know, that I still know, that are involved, that y'all don't even know their name. You know why?
Mm.
Because they're not, their heart isn't boastful, gloating. Look at me, look at me, look at what we've done, look at what we've done. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but at the same time, it's like, why are you throwing that back up in my face? It's like somebody doing something for you and going, look at all that I've done for you. Uh-uh. So that's just taking away everything that you've done for me because now you're throwing it up in my face. Where was your intent? Am I making any sense, Mama Marissa?
Yes. And if you're doing something just to get notoriety for it, I'm sorry, you're doing it for the wrong reason. You are. I mean, it's this. I mean, if I do something that'll help Sebastian come home, I mean, I'm not boots on the ground, but I feel like if I get on here and talk about it, that maybe somebody will pass through and maybe hear us talking about a child missing. Who knows? Maybe they know. But to get on here and say, I was on your show. Oh my God, I did this and I was on there for 5 hours. No, I don't want any notoriety. What I want is, oh my gosh, Did you hear Mama Rissa? At least we have her. We know Jen. We know we have some good people on this. You know, it's not that they did this or they did that. We may never, have a hand at all in bringing Sebastian home. I don't care, just as long as he comes home. I don't
Right.
care who
As long
finds
as he
him.
comes home. I mean, we're doing it takes us
I don't
all. There's no I in team. And that is the name of the game. Bringing
exactly.
Sebastian and doing whatever we can do. Okay, I'm so glad that y'all have emailed this person, that y'all have mailed this person, that y'all have done this, that y'all have done that. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. But do you want
And
a
then
cookie? Do you want a cookie? Do you want an award? Why are you, I mean, what can we give you? Do you want some ice cream? What is it that you need from us to do all those great things? Well, I'm just, maybe I'm just saying that because we're getting, I woke up to all kinds of emails and this and that and all this happening and bitch, 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 bitch. I can't listen to somebody griping, playing that background elevator music. I mean, I don't see how other people do it. I swear I don't. I mean, at least you come over here and you're going to learn something. You're going to learn
I don't
something.
I don't mean to laugh, but I do because actually it's funny. It goes back to what I told you though, where I feel like I don't need validation from anybody. These people are showing their low self-esteem. They need validation from somebody that they're doing good. Do we clap for them or what?
Oh,
Y-
I mean, I just don't get it. Yeah, Jilly. I mean, this is the funniest thing too, is all that chatter about him drinking. I mean, this man can get a 6-pack of Corona, okay? And it may last for 3 months, and then my son comes up here and drinks them. I mean, it's just he doesn't drink. He's not jacked up on, I mean, he does take medication for his migraines, but he wasn't jacked up. That's that. Everything that I mean, people saying that he was drunk, it was so like, I laughed about it and then it made me mad because I thought, y'all have no idea. This man don't even drink. He doesn't drink. Me and Jeff will drink. He doesn't. I mean, I've been reprimanded on TikTok.
I mean, other than Seth, have you ever seen anybody with a migraine, what they look like in their eyes and their face, what it looks like?
And not
I was a,
sleeping.
yeah, I was a office manager at a primary care office where we treated uh, people with migraines. We had special things that we did. Those people would come in and they looked like they had been on a 10-day drunk because of their migraines. But to add to that, he has a missing son. But not only that, he's getting ready to do a show and come on and talk about his son where he knows people's going to pick him apart. You'd look like that too.
Yeah.
I mean, he
It
looks
made
like
me
a man
angry
that
too,
has
Chili. It
migraines
did.
to me.
It made me mad because I thought y'all are just goofy. Just have nothing better to say. I mean, because there wasn't a script. I mean, there's he may have had like a little PowerPoint or something, but there was no script. He was coming to us because he wanted to talk. Do you know
Hmm.
how lovely it is to sit in an apartment day after day after day or a townhome, whatever home, to sit day after day, wondering where your kid is at, no joy, can't go to work. You're lucky if you can even get up out of bed. You're lucky if you can go to the grocery. Lucky if you can go to a friend's house and play a game of cards or something. It's very difficult. And so when he comes on live, he is coming to express himself to us, to talk. And I think that we can see on the YouTube streets and the TikTok streets who has a heart, who has compassion, and who don't. And that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line of Sebastian's army and those who aren't for Sebastian's army. Because the army that I'm about ain't a green team. It's a
Exactly.
Sebastian's army that has a general, and that general is Seth Rogers. And that's been the biggest advocate, the only advocate screaming, crying from the rooftops, "Where's my son? Please hand out flyers." And it's a sad state of humanity when I see people that are supposedly all for Seth helping to bring Sebastian home that are critiquing the vulnerability and talking about him as if he should be acting upon their expectations. Yeah, Seth is definitely not a drinker unless you get a buzz from Mountain Dew.
I've got the
Exactly.
same buzz then. That's what I drink is Mountain Dew. So
Yeah, he's
when I,
not a drinker. He's not a drinker, and he hasn't been since we've met him. So I don't understand that. He wasn't inebriated. He wasn't. He looked like Seth to me. He sounded like Seth. I mean, he looked like Seth. I mean, he's not a drinker. And if he is here at our house, it says a lot because he's not going to try to drink and drive either. You know, he may have one at dinner or something like that just to, salute us with our dinner or something like that. But that's it. I mean, he's very responsible adult.
and see, you may have some that would come at us and say, "Oh, they spent all those hours, talking about Seth and how good he is." Well, it's what we see is, if we see that he's not doing anything, then we can say, "Well, he didn't do anything." But
Right.
it's
That's
not that
exactly
we're
right.
bragging on him so we can, uh, how do I say this? So we can, go against them. We're bragging on him because this is his characteristics. And oh my gosh, how wonderful that you have a father that is so caring, that would get on a live and talk about his son and not get on and talk about everything else.
Right. Right. He definitely wasn't, talking about Cooterville.
Hmm.
He wasn't talking about anything and everything other than Sebastian. And if he's pissed off, if he's tired, if he's angry, if he's sad, if he wants to cry, let him. Just let him without apology, without dictating what he should do, what he shouldn't do, and just going on every sentence. Like chlamydia. I mean, that's all she was doing, just every sentence. They want to look at every sentence and analyze it. And it's just like, why would you do that? Why do you do that? Why do you do that to anybody? I'm not
Because they have
going
very
on every
low
video that
self-esteem.
they've done I'm not looking at every video that Chris and Katie have done and analyzing every freaking sentence that they've done. If Katie wanted to come live and she was doing that and I didn't like her as a person, or I just I didn't like her for whatever reason, didn't think she had anything to do with it, because it's crazy that these channels know that Seth didn't have anything to do with it. They think that he don't, but they still want to drag him. He's already in pain, but you want to just drag him. There's a special place for people like that.
Oh, very, very, very special.
Yeah. Jeff says, I see Seth and he's worn out, worn down. I couldn't imagine how I would feel, much less how I'd look if my son was missing. Exactly, Jeff. Exactly. Words of wisdom right there. Tired, worn out, just tired. Yeah, it's very evident that he cares. It's not evident that Katie cares, but it's evident that he cares. It makes you wonder if they are paid. I do wonder sometimes if they get a little paycheck. I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. But I've been here for 6 hours, and I guess I'm going to shut up.
I start to say, Jen, I'm going to have to get off of here.
Yeah, we got to go.
I'm going to go do something, even if it ain't right.
I love you, Mama Marissa. Thank you so much.
I love you too.
And talking.
Thank you, everyone, for hanging with us.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We're gonna end this stream now. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Love you guys. I'm gonna end this stream with Sebastian's anthem. Peace out, guys. Love you.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on.